Yeah, you brought sweet please.
25 pounds and 50 acres of both. Those two blokes came up to us when this Facebook president, they came when we want you to seriously. Just well done yesterday. I completed sorry.
Oh. On the website, but it's not on YouTube. I'm going to have to try and get the link to it on the website. It's on YouTube.
What do you think? Oh, okay.
Unbelievable price. It was about 4 degrees. And then as I went up over the hill, we had the wood dogs, minus one, but no frost. Just the other country. Yeah, well, that's the name is a long walk down over there.
Well, imagine if you were still driving through the village.
What he's worrying is not it's
It's still amazing when we do need to rain and hopefully it happens, but it's our shortest day.
Last night. Might be another.
Well, at least we can
may have to. Oh, plug in over there.
talk about our situation.
Walk around.
Yeah. No, that's all right. We won't. If there's a presentation going to be done, we'll do it.
One of our neighbours who farm here.
Oh, yeah, so.
Morning, Howard. There's no press here, if you can hear me.
They'll be watching on YouTube.
There's no need to be on. Are we live already?
Yeah, we're live. See, look.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first meeting back in person post lockdown. It's great to be here, and it's great to see everybody, and it's good to see some people on screen. Hello, Your Worship. Hope you're recovering well. Happy birthday for yesterday, and a big welcome to our other guests who are joining us this morning by Zoom, by technology. Now, we'll open the meeting with Jan McGaffin from the Hub Church. We'll open our meeting in prayer. Welcome, Jan, and we're in your hands.
Kia ora koutou, morena. Thanks for this opportunity to open your council meeting. Father of us all, thank you for the opportunity to bless our mayor and the councillors in your name and declare your authority over these proceedings. We commend our mayor and the councillors into your hands for the work they do in this room and also outside this room, the talking and the discussing of important issues and topics, and the action that then goes into making things happen. Thank you for their leadership over these difficult months. Thank you for the care that has been shown to the disadvantaged and those finding themselves in very difficult situations. and circumstances. Thank you for their commitment to our district, and we ask for your wisdom and courage to continue. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Now, corporate apologies. We have apology, or was it a leave of absence? Leave of absence from the worship. So we've got everyone else here, so no apologies. There's a note there of the leave of absence for Mayor Helen Warboys, 19th of May to 5th of June. And we'll move on
You need
to
a
the
motion for that one.
motion.
please.
Yep, would someone like to move that?
So moved.
Councillor Marsh, Councillor Humphrey. All those in favour, please say aye. Country, carry. So we can do it verbally now, Councillor Short.
Why, I was always trained that when you go to the blind code, you should always put your hand up so that the chair is.
So you're so right. It's certainly nice to be here in person rather than having to do things by Zoom. Right, we move to the minutes, and that is the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of May. They have been circulated. Any errors or omissions? Or do we have someone who'd like to move them as it should correctly? Taylor, and we'll have a second. Oh, you would like to, yes, please.
That the minutes of the council meeting held 7th May 2020 and the reconvened council meeting held 8th May 2020 be adopted as a group and corrected.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hatfield, thank you. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. So contrary. Declarations of interest. Any elected members have a declaration of interest in relation to any of the business today. Councillor Campbell.
I just note, and I believe for 6, my firm, not me, my partner was involved in issues related to that.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Anyone else? And just a reminder, because we're live and there are people listening, we can all speak up. The microphone, I believe, is over there by the camera. So it's got quite a challenge to hear us all, but if we speak up, I'm sure that'll be fine. We have tested it and it does work well. Public forum, no requests, presentations, no presentations this morning, and no notification of late items. So we move to recommendations from committees, and we start with 9.1, the Audit and Risk Committee, the third quarter report for 31 March 2020, and meeting held 14th of May 2020. It's page 18. Councillor Campbell, would you like to speak to it? There is a recommendation there. We are just receiving the report.
Yes, councillors should note that the members that went at the risk group modify the layout of the quarterly performance report. Thank you to Amanda for her work in doing this. So you'll note there's a few less graphs and a few more numbers. Slightly more traditional format for a financial report. The idea is to try and provide a bit more information, a bit more detailed information than we had before. I think the report does that. So just comments on the general position of council at the 31st of March, which is the 3-quarter mark. You'll note that revenue is below what we're expecting to have, mainly due to lower development contributions and other revenues such as fees and charges. Expenses are higher than expected, notably depreciation, which ties in with the line further down on page 21 being gains, losses on revaluation of plant equipment. We had extraordinary large gain on revaluation of assets, I think. Which has resulted in higher than expected depreciation. And then The detailed departmental reports are all shown there. And just on capital spending, we are running behind the expected rate of capital spend to the tune of about 30%, which probably won't be helped by the COVID shutdown. So individual projects are listed there on pages 28, 29. It's our position in very short terms.
Right, any questions or discussion? Otherwise, there is a recommendation there.
The comment, if there's nothing like a quarterly report, I just wanted to pass on congratulations to Richard and staff for the very good results in the employee engagement survey, much higher than the sector average. And for those who aren't on audit and risk, you should be able to find it on the audit and risk audit pages on the portal, I think. So, very good result, even better than last year's good results. So, congratulations.
Thanks, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Short. Councillor Marsh.
Probably just through the chair to their comment on page 37 on our debt profile that we're looking at two of the mortgages to see what their break fees, etc. would be. Realign those back to better, more advantageous interest rate.
Thank you. Right, someone would like to make a recommendation? Or
I was just,
Councillor Humphrey?
it was really just a general comment in relation to the CapEx thing, which obviously has been significantly disrupted. But we did also have a number of carry forwards, and as we look into the next financial year, of course, there's quite a significant number of projects to be completed. So I think it's probably a forward alert that I am always cautious about, rating ratepayers for projects that we're not actually delivering, and so whether that requires some rethinking in terms of year one of our next 10-year plan, and just having a bit of a catch-up here, and giving ratepayers a chance to breathe in this economic climate as well, might be worth further consideration.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's worth noting that capital projects are not funded by rates, they're debt funded, and so the only impact on rates is the interest to cover the debts, and that's only incurred when we actually take out the loans. So variations in capital projects don't have a significant impact on our rates.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
I'll be happy to move the recommendation that the council receives a quarterly performance report for the period ended 31 March 2020.
Thank you. Councillor Casey has seconded that. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary, carried. Thank you. Just for the benefit of our visitors on Zoom, the order of the paper is audit and risk. Then we go to officer reports on recreational services, Sport Manawa 2, Manfield Park Trust, Carwell Memorial Recreation Centre. Then we move on to deliberation on bylaws, an application for rates remission, amendments to the Local Government Funding Association document, Donald Heights Reservoir strengthening, and then post-COVID community events. I hope that's of some assistance to you. So we had a meeting of the Lord of the Risk meeting on the 14th of May. It's just for 8 minutes there for our information. Anything from the board?
Councillor Short mentioned the employee engagement survey, which was very encouraging. Otherwise, there's really.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We'll move to the Recreational Services Annual Report 2018-2019. And I pass to General Manager Greg Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is my voice level okay for everyone? Okay, good. Just as a reminder, I'll take the report as read, but just as a reminder for councillors, we have a open spaces and Parks and Reserves contract with a company called Recreational Services, which you're well aware. We entered into that contract back in 2015, and it's a 7-year and 3-month contract. What we do is annually review their performance under that contract, and on the basis of satisfactory performance, we then grant an additional year on with the contract. So it's a performance-based contract, and we have a number of measures that we work our way through with the company on an ongoing basis throughout the year, and then do that at the end of the year annually. So what I'll do, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, is just hand over to Carl, our Parks and Reserves, our Parks Property Team Leader, and Carl can just give a little bit more detail of his interactions with Rec Services and their performance on some of the elements of the contract.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Carl.
Thanks for that, Michael. Thanks for the update there, well, Brent. I'd like to introduce you to James Adamson. I'm not sure, a couple of you councillors would have come across him in previous years, but there'll be a couple of new councillors that haven't met him yet. James is our Parks and Property Operations Officer, and he does a lot of the day-to-day dealings with recreational services. So I've given him the opportunity today to present to you the report for the extension of the contract. Start away, James.
Cheers, Carl. Morena team, Morena Deputy Mayor, councillors, boss. Brent's given an awesome overview of what the contract involves. Basically, I'm here to present the third joint annual report for MDC and Recreational Services, and this is for the 2018-19 period. We're a little bit delayed in presenting this report. We had obviously the elections and the Christmas New Year period, and I think everyone here has been busier than one-legged river dancers at the moment, so we're getting to it now anyway. But the purpose of the report is to essentially highlight at a strategic level the highlights, challenges and successes of the contract and recreational services over the past 12 months, and to provide context for the governance team when considering whether to grant year 7 of the contract term. So as Brent mentioned, the contract with Recreational Services for the Open Spaces contract began in February 2016. It's a performance-based outcome contract that focuses on utilising a continuous improvement plan and a contract register. So essentially performance targets and KPIs that slide on a scale to ensure that we're continuously improving on the outcomes that the contract's delivering. We had a number of wicked highlights over that 18-19 period. One of the massive ones was an extremely successful inaugural Manawatu Turbos event at the Kimbolton Domain, which I'm sure you guys are all aware of, and that was a fantastic process to be involved with, dealing with Sport Manawatu, Recreational Services and ourselves, obviously. So a lot of operational work went through to Recreational Services to make sure the venue was up to par for when the high-profile players and teams arrived, which was fantastic. We also saw the installation of new toilet blocks at Timona Park, so Recreational Services and their subcontractors handled the delivery of that project. The Makino beautification project involved a number of Recreational Services subcontractors, and as you all know, the outcome of that, it's a beautiful space now, and it's getting a lot more traffic than it used to. Another big win for our team was the project designed and led by Carl, which was the Orua River Walkway and Cycling Path. So this involved a lot of project aspects, including removal of pest plants, earthworks and things like that, and Rec Services played a large part in being able to deliver that project and what it looks like now. Vinegar Hill, the annual camping event at Vinegar Hill was a massive success. We received a number of positive feedback from a number of the community that attended that. Slowly but surely, we're turning this event from what used to be, I guess, some undesirable behaviour, some local hillbillies and a few other people that caused a bit of trouble there. We're now sort of kicking them out, and it's becoming more known as a family-friendly event, which has been fantastic. So each year we incorporate, or the last 3 years, I believe we've incorporated security at the event. So recreational services have managed the security process, as well as having a camp custodian on site to manage fee collection and also general inquiries, which has worked really well. Lastly, a big push for the recreational services team is pest plant removal and eradication in the district. So this came up recently as a devolved responsibility from Horizons Regional Council. We've been given essentially 2 lists of pest plant species either require complete eradication or progressive containment. So the recreational services horticultural teams played a massive part in being trained by Horizons team, and then actively looking for infestations and managing them accordingly. Moving on to the contract outcomes. So the 2018-19 period saw a site audit score overall for the year of 97%, which is extremely high and was up 1.2% from the previous year. The continued monitoring of the contract register helped in this. So the contract register is basically a portal where both our team and the park side of things and rec services can proactively report for outside factors such as saturated turf and things like that don't negatively impact on the site audit score as it's out of our control. So we're seeing a lot more proactive management of that space, and we're not just getting surprises as we go on inspections and things like that, which has been really good. The staff training for rec services, we've really pushed trying to have their staff be more holistic in their approach to their day-to-day roles. So the mowers aren't just tasked with mowing turf, they're looking for overflowing bins and a range of other things. So they're our eyes and ears essentially. They've got 15 to 18 staff members out there each day. So making sure that they're looking at the space as a whole as opposed to their individual work streams has seen some really positive changes. Another aspect of the contract outcomes is looking. Oh, sorry, I'm echoing myself and it's hard to think. Is the difference between internally reported work orders and that comes from the public and from other aspects. So recreational services staff made up 72% of the total reported work orders, which sort of indicates how good they are at being our eyes and ears. They're being proactive in that space. They're not just trying to drum up additional work for themselves. These are all work orders that they're being proactive and coming across in their day-to-day space that's contributing to a better parks and reserve spaces as a whole. Health and safety is another massive aspect of the contract, and it makes up 20% of the overall performance score for each year of the contract. On a daily basis, rec services have about 18 to 20 staff plus subcontractors working throughout the district on a range of different activities. Obviously, the physical nature of a lot of that work leads to being somewhat high risk in terms of health and safety. So they take that extremely seriously and put their staff through a number of health and safety type training activities. They've also incorporated health and safety representatives in their day-to-day role now. And I've been quite heavily involved with the recreational services company in terms of my role as a health and safety rep with our council and passing on learnings from each of our organisations. So we're having good conversations on a weekly basis on health and safety, which is good. As with previous years, a number of the challenges involved with the contract, especially from a recreational services point of view, is attracting and retaining key and skilled staff, especially in that industry. It can be quite challenging to retain staff. They've put through a number of processes to help keep staff within their organisation, a lot of upskilling and training processes, and the wider organisation runs sort of like a skill-based work challenge event each year, although it won't be this year, but where members from all over the country come together and do a range of training activities and end up with a few prizes and things like that. So another challenge was spring growth, which isn't a surprise. And unfortunately, they had a number of key machinery breakdown during that period. So we ended up the situation where several sites were probably not up to the standard that we were expecting. The nature of our relationship with recreational services staff meant that we were able to have pretty open and honest conversations, and we saw these areas pick up very fast and back to the high standard that we expect. So that was a good result. Yeah. Another interesting part of the contract, and what I think is very valuable, is the added value of the contract. So one aspect is what roles do rec services undertake that aren't necessarily part of their core business that add value to not just the contract but to the district as a whole. I think especially given the current climate, with the challenges that the economy is going to go through, being able to discern what added value we receive from the contract is very important. Rec services undertake a number of activities throughout the community that try to strengthen and do strengthen relationships. They have, many of you will have seen their community barbecue that they provide for community events. They have recently donated a lovely memorial seat to Kowhai Park. They regularly, and have done since the start of the contract, mow the lawn for Riding for Disabled and undertake free gardening at Te Manawa. So that added value is we are able to convert to a dollar figure, which to date of the contract is about $42,000. So it's $41,784 of added value to date in the contract. Moving on to the improvement plan. So as I touched on at the start, a key part of the contract is the continuous improvement plan. So each year we look at aspects of the contract and see whether we can find some savings that could be passed on to other aspects or increase the service provision at different aspects of the contract. So this has included a review of the location of rubbish bins, location of hotspots for fly tipping, and more recently a review of the aviary service provision. And we've just looked at changing over several of the annual garden beds to perennials. So we would look at areas such as this bed doesn't have inbuilt irrigation, it's outside of the immediate CBD area, so it would make sense to change to perennials and reduce that cost of the area staff going through with portable water. So moving forward, I think rec services continue to be passionate about maintaining community engagement, and in particular sticking with their core of parks and open spaces. That was solidified when rec services were unfortunate in losing one of their Auckland contracts, which was a massive part of their company-wide business. They had the opportunity then to look at changing their business model and whether they'd diversify. And they decided to focus on their core business of being parks and open spaces, and they're bouncing back from that extremely well. They've continued to build their reputation very well in the Manawatu district, and they're now reaping the rewards of that with other contracts outside of council. So they've been engaged with the Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Education, Manfield and Kitchener Park Trust, and I think they've got a couple of other projects in the works as well. So their focus is on that continuous improvement aspect of the contract. As I mentioned before, a total site audit score of 97% is extremely high, but they're continuing to try and find areas that they can enhance, not just the project outcomes, but how they can work with council to achieve those outcomes. So overall, I think our team's found the 2018-19 period extremely positive, and while we're in the next period now, we're looking forward to building on that. So cheers, guys.
Thank you very much, James. We'll open up to councillors for questions. Councillor Quarry.
Thank you, Chair. The real positive aspect of this is that I've never heard a bad comment in regard to rec services. And when you move around the communities, the different communities that are out there, they all have positive comments. And I'm really impressed with rec services, and I'm very thankful that we've employed them. A question in regard to one of the weeds. I noticed there's I'm not too sure of the name of it, but it's like a purple ragweed that seems to have arrived here over the last 3-4 years. And it seems to grow mostly in rubber leaves and so forth, and it's becoming a real issue. Like I say, I don't know the name of it, but it's a weed that's really taking off, and it's an area that needs to be addressed and focused on.
Thank you, Councillor Quarry. Could James or Carl shed some light on this purple weed?
I don't have a lot of knowledge on the weeds, but if you can get a photo to me or let me know what area it is, I can then check to see whether it's basically we're quite limited in terms of our budget and the target pest plant species being from Horizons devolved down to us. But if it's on that list, then we can look at managing it as per. Yeah, so happy to have a chat with you further about that and see if we can work out what it is and how we can tackle it.
If you're on the way to Wanganui in the spring, you go past Turapina and you go up the big hill and down the other side. The left-hand side or the south side is literally covered in it. Now, that's a very good example, but I know it's spreading throughout the mountains as well.
Thank you, Councillor Short.
Just through the over catchment care group, I've looked into it. It's called Senecio and it's known as pink ragwort. It's South African. And it's very airborne. When some lands somewhere, next year there's about another 50 plants we won't plant through. It's not on Horizon's list of top priorities. All they're doing is encouraging landowners to pull and burn, but it's definitely spreading throughout the district, and it particularly likes growing on embankments on roadsides.
Thank you, Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, I just want to add to the weed situation, which I feel for the guys, it's been placed on them by Horizons, but there has been complaints about blackberry on our road reserve and sprayed for by other truck driver going along and spraying what he can get from the window. And so there were complaints that they wanted sprayed to the boundary fence. On the positive side, on recreational services, their trailer, barbecue trailer, is an excellent service. Equity Show used it to success, and now I believe with the communities coming together after the shutdown, it will be used for barbecues in our district, I believe, as well. Where the rubber meets the road with Duncan, a couple of his employees scanned a headstone at the Kimbolton Cemetery, and he rectified the first one. And believe it or not, the same headstone was damaged again by another lawnmower operator. And of course, the lady whose husband is in the grave was very upset. And Duncan went the extra mile and actually paid for, I believe, from the email I got from him, he paid for the tombstone himself to be completely renewed. So, yeah, they mean what they say, and they've been very good to work with. So I would have no issues at all extending that one.
Any other, Councillor Ash?
Thank you, through the chair. Just James, congratulations on the report, and also from my fellow colleagues and the fact that your services over the last 12 months have certainly been fantastic. My question is, our recommendation is the renewal of your contract or continuation of that over the next period. But I look at the introduction on page 47, and that the purpose of this report was to highlight and report at a strategic level to the governance teams of both council and of rec services. So my question is, when was the report made available to the executive team of rec services? And are we making a decision before they've actually had a chance to see it at their governance level?
Yes, so the report was prepared jointly with myself and the manager of rec services from the local depot. So this was provided to their team about 3 weeks ago. So they've had a chance to overview it, make sure the information prepared was true and correct from their aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Right, well, certainly a very positive report, and there is some positive feedback. We have a recommendation on page 43. Would someone like to move the recommendation?
Through the chair, I'm probably the closest one because I was on page 46. So I'll just flick back to 43. And I also make that recommendation that the Council Award Rec Services Limited Year 7 of the Parks and Open Spaces contract, based on the performance of the contract over the past 12 months, with an annual contract value of $2,418,850, excluding GST.
Okay, so that's seconded by Councillor Casey. I took it there first. Thank you. Any discussion? Put the motion. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary? Carried. Thank you, and thank you to James and Carl.
Thank you.
We move to Sport Manawa 2 and our General Manager of Community and Strategy, Brent Limmer. Many of the agenda items today come under his department, so we'll stick with Brent, and we have the Sport Manawa 2 6 and 12 month reports, and we'll welcome Trevor on Zoom. Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Look, the report's pretty short from us. It's really just an introduction, an opportunity for Trevor and the team to give us an update. So, hand back to you, Michael.
Right, so Trevor, if you'd like to talk to the report, welcome.
Kia ora tātou, ka nuinga mihi kia tātou katoa, e mihi tuatahi, mihi ki te kia Jane mo tō karaki mo tēnei wā, nau rā e whakapua ke mai te arawhata kia i o mātua kore, no reira tēnā koutou, kia ora mai tātou katoa. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to present today. Just firstly acknowledged Jan for the karakia, for laying the foundation of good thoughts for the hui this morning. So what we're going to do with the presentation today is we've got obviously an update on our outcomes. So what I'd like to do is just quickly take you through those outcomes, noting hopefully noting that our report is read. And I'll get Jeanette, who's our recreation advisor in the Manawatu district, to talk to the particular outcomes related to increasing the number of children and adults participating in sport and recreation in your region. And then I thought what I'd do is then get to the key part of the slide, I think, which is really providing an update in terms of where we're at in the current environment as well. So if I can, just noting that we currently have 5 outcomes, Sport Manawatu outcomes. So increase the number of children and adults participating in sport and rec, assist council with the development of a regional community sports strategy, support recreational activities and sporting events that contribute to the district's economy, assist in the development of coaches, officials, teachers and administrators, and ensure recreation and sporting activities are accessible to the community are the key outcomes for us. So if I hand it over now to Jeanette, so Jeanette can talk specifically about the first outcome.
Morning, everyone.
Jeanette.
So the increase of children and adults in sport and recreation. So we had quite a busy year, the 18-19 year. Just starting off with the Kiwi Sport projects. So we had just over 31,000 that was given to the Manawatu district for Kiwi Sport projects, and that incorporated schools, clubs and high schools as well for the secondary school funding. The next point was the Tough Kids. So that's a hugely successful event in the Manawatu at the moment, and it's growing. So we had over 600 participants, and that was located at Mount Big School. We had schools from not only the Manawatu district, but the Rangitikei and Tararua and Palmerston North. So it's become quite a sought after event where we have wait lists from schools. The last year it sold out in 24 hours. So we had just over 650 children attending that event. We partnered with Basketball Manawatu, and we did a 3-on-3 competition, and that was encouraging the rural communities to come in. So then, one one family or one person could bring the whole basketball team in. And again, we were at maximum capacity at the Civic Centre for that. We had 19 teams, and that's the maximum we could fit in there. So we had planned on doing it again this year, but obviously circumstances have not allowed us to do that. So Cycling Uncovered as well. So this was a program that
We've lost your sound, Jeanette.
Oh, we've lost Jeanette. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Trevor.
Oh, yep. I'm not very good at lip reading, but
Sorry, Jeanette, but we've lost your sound.
Yep.
I don't think she can hear us.
Oh, I don't think she can.
Right on the whiteboard. Yeah, she's right.
We can't hear you, Jeanette.
Look, councillors, if you don't mind, I'm happy to continue if you like, just while hopefully Jeanette jumps back into things while I get things sorted. So obviously she was talking about supporting the delivery of the 6-week Cycling Uncovered training program. We obviously worked to facilitate.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Carry on. Yes, we can hear
Sorry,
you.
not sure where I got up to. So I'll continue on with the Fielding High School. So supporting them with their new turf and putting their community usage plans in place and trying to increase community usage with their turf. And just the final one was the Fielding Paintball, so supporting them and with the startup of their club and helping creating programs in the community, which I believe is a huge success, and their grounds at the back of Kofi Park look awesome. So sorry if you've missed something there, but that's it from me, and I'll hand it back over to Trevor.
Thank you, Jeanette.
Great, thanks, Jeanette. Look, councillors, what I'll do now is I'll just quickly whip through the other key outcomes just to cover the reporting side off. But I do want to spend a couple of points on the update section, which there's some key points in there that'll be good to talk through with you. So in terms of the development of the regional community sports strategy, obviously we've been working alongside council to help identify objectives for a district cycling strategy, and also the ongoing work with the implementation of the regional sport facility plan. You know, we've been really fortunate to have Matthew Baylis's guidance with the work that he's doing within council and contributing to the wider strategy across the 7 districts. In terms of the development of coaches and officials, teachers and administrators, we've been delivering the ACC Sports Start Injury Prevention and assisting with the delivery of the Sports Start program within schools. And also that's included delivery of the sports strapping courses as well. In terms of the last one, looking at ensuring the recreation and sporting activities are accessible, again, because we run a range of programs across the region, we've been able to make sure that they're utilised within the Manawatu district, and that's included the Green Prescription and our Active Families program, our Whānau Fit program, our Active Community, and the community group strength and balance classes, with a slight bit of an echo there. In terms of our the last points that I'd just like to touch on, with our working relationship with council, we over the last few months have been working to revise the outcomes, the Sport Manawatu outcomes that we have with council. So those outcomes have been revised down to looking at the 4 key areas. One is around an active district, The second one is focusing on cycling. The third one is looking at spaces and places. And the fourth one is looking at community events with a focus on economic impact. So those are the outcomes that we are going to be moving towards and start working on as well. You would hopefully, some of you would have received a few months ago an email or some information from us with regards to the board's development of our draft strategic plan. So we were intending to do quite a rigorous stakeholder engagement process in March and April. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do that with COVID-19. So we have still collected some online feedback and so forth, but the board have decided to adopt the draft for the first year for 2020-2021 with the idea that we'll review and go back and do the stakeholder engagement more thoroughly to review the plan. So I expect that we'll be coming to this council with a process to engage around our strategic plan. The rationale for the board to continue on with adopting the plan was the 5 priority areas that we've developed are really quite pertinent for the environment that we are in now. So the strategic areas are Active for Life, which really covers all of our delivery aspects that we do into the communities. Sector development, that's the ongoing development of the sector around critical roles, but also around supporting the sector generally. And again, it's never been more important than it is now. We've got strong foundations, looking at making sure that our entity and organisation is an exemplar and got all the right systems and processes in place and good foundation to operate from. Partnerships and collaboration, which is part of our conversation today, and recognising excellence and contribution. So that's where we're at with the strategic plan. The second point, next point, sorry, alignment to Sport New Zealand. Sport New Zealand, we're aiming to roll out their strategy on 1 July, but due to COVID-19, that hasn't happened. So they've deferred their rollout of their strategy, and we've been given a 1-year contract with Sport NZ central government, really to focus on sector recovery. So that's really been our focus over the last few weeks, over the last few weeks around sector recovery. So our team has been, reshaped and reorganised to make sure that we're in the best possible position to support the sector. So we've developed a sector recovery group within the organisation. So we're focusing on 3 key areas: business continuity for the sector, looking at the resumption of sport and active rec, participant focused, return to play, getting our sports and our young people back on the field of play. And the third one, looking at sector collaboration. And the last point that I would highlight, just so I can leave some room for some questions, hopefully, if I haven't taken too long, is really looking at working with council around a proposed councillor workshop to discuss regional and district priorities as part of the overall regional sport facility plan. So that's really the update from me, and I'm more than happy to take questions. You know the rule. Jeanette takes all the hard questions, and I do the questions that make me look good.
Right, thank you, Jeanette.
Thank you, Trevor.
Councillors, do we have questions for Jeanette or Trevor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll direct this one to you, Trevor.
Okay.
Just in the financial side of it, I just note the staff costings are down by quite substantially, but your employee entitlements are up. So just wanting a comment on that, and I also acknowledge it's a 2018-19 report, but also just a comment around your provision of doubtful debts, and just how do you think that might go, or the facility that may be there over the next 12 months or 6 months, certainly.
So
as you're talking about recovery, etc.
Yep. So the first question, sorry, can you repeat the first question just so that I'm clear? So that's to do with the staff
costings were down by about 120k.
Yep.
But employee entitlements have jumped by about 40,000.
Right. Okay. So,
Note 12.
Sorry.
It was note 12 on your financial report.
Sure. So the key challenge there has been the work that we've been doing around our alignment with Sport NZ's strategy. So in effect, we haven't replaced a range of key roles. And what that's mean is we've had to reorganise a part of our business, and part of that reorganisation has meant that we've used external contractors as part of bringing them in to be able to provide the service that we need. And again, it's quite interesting in the environment that we're going into. Those are all of the new things we're now looking at in terms of how we're operating and requiring staff to work a lot more differently than we've done in the past, particularly working across the organisation rather than in silos. So that's part of the reflection there, but there's no doubt our core costs within the organisation are our staffing costs. And it has been noted by the board that we have been running rather thin, but that's where that staffing cost kicks in. In terms of your second point around doubtful debts, is that the facility cost?
Again, I haven't got that page in front of me, that it jumped by about 4K over the last 12 months. And it was really just a point of how you think that might track post-COVID.
Yep. So it's quite interesting that with post-COVID, that we've obviously had to relook at everything across the board. So there's some significant work, and it does relate to the staffing costs as well, significant amount of work that we're doing to make sure that we have a strong foundation. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are a lot of sports organisations who might struggle to survive this next period. So the best thing that we can do is be in a strong financial position, a strong position ourselves, and we value the relationship that we have with each of our partners. But a lot of our work now is externally focused, where we're looking at making sure that we can support our sector. So I'm pretty confident that we're in despite that area that you've highlighted around the doubtful debt, we're in a pretty good financial position. Fortunately for us, our board have been diligently saving for a sports house, and that's really put us in a really, really good position to be able to support our sports and our sector as we go through this period right now, which is unprecedented, I suppose. We are managing a significant amount of funds to be able to support the sector through a community resilience fund, where we're currently offering all of our regional sports and clubs some support around their fixed costs from April through to June. So we're currently in that process right now, and we're working on the next stage of that recovery plan.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Campbell.
I think you've just answered my question, Trevor. Thank you. Just on the finances, I was going to note that you're sitting on a substantial amount of cash there, a little over $1 million, but your plans are to put that into a building. Is that right?
Well, that's certainly what the board has been saving for. The board have been working through options, and we've got our next meeting due in June. I think that the real benefit with the cash reserves and the work that we're currently doing with the sector is really looking at how we can give best effect to the support. Now, a lot of our sports have accessed the wage subsidy, which I think has been fantastic. And now we're providing additional resource through central government around the fixed costs. But to be honest, the pain is yet to come. There's a bit more pain. And I think we're going to be positioned really well to figure out how best to support them. But in order for us to do that, I think a lot of people don't realise that most of our sports and our clubs aren't actually required to work with us. So you'd be surprised to know that we've become it's the most popular we've ever been. Which I think a good thing, because we need to be able to figure out how to provide some equity around how we support all of our sector at this point in time. And there's certainly a lot more work to be done in the coming weeks. So the use of our reserves will be a board decision around how we might best utilise that to support our sector. And we're thinking about a whole range of things, particularly around the last speaker was talking about critical roles. You know, we can't afford to lose some people in some of those critical roles in sports clubs. So, you know, is there a way in which we can support them around that? There's going to be a significant impact on volunteers. You know, how do we, you know, and clubs and sports is run on the heart and soul of volunteers. You can expect or make an assumption that volunteering might not be as strong going forward. So there's a range of challenges, I think, for all of us that will have a flow-on effect for the community as we go forward. But to end on a positive note, you know, the lockdown period has created an interesting positive outcome, which is the impact of our families getting out and being active. You know, cycling, walking, all of those things are going to be great opportunities to support strategies that various councils are looking at in that area.
Thank you, Trevor. There's certainly been an unprecedented use of the word unprecedented. We have a recommendation on page 62 to receive the report. Certainly been an outstanding amount of work done by Sport Manawatu in our district. We're very grateful to Sport Manawatu for that outstanding work and right throughout the region. And we look forward to working more closely with you. You talked about a workshop coming up. We look forward to that. So do I have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Casey.
That's Sport Manawatu annual report for the period ended 30 June 2019 received.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. Councillor Short to second the motion. Any discussion? Councillor Humphrey.
Just a technical query. Are we also receiving the 6 month report? Is the motion there to reflect that? Just that I might be getting confused.
Just seeking guidance on whether we're also receiving the 6 month report.
1st of July to June. So the annual one report.
So the recommendation stands that we have the motion and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Trevor and Jeanette. Now we welcome Chairman Gordon Smith from Manfield Park Trust and Chief Executive Kathy Gibson. A very warm welcome. And but we'll move to our General Manager, Community and Strategy, Brent Limmer, to introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As councillors will be aware, we receive reports from Manfield Trust on a regular basis annually. This is a combined 12 and 6 month report. Just as a context for while receiving these a little bit later, of course, goes without saying, COVID-19 sort of delayed receiving a range of these reports. Most were due to go through to council back in March. I have nothing further to add to the covering report, Mr. Chairman, so back to you and Manfield representatives.
Right, well, we have reports from Chair and Chief Executive. So I'll hand to you, Gordon, and a very big welcome. To unmute, Gordon, we can't hear you.
Okay, hang on.
That's good.
We can hear
Can
you
you hear
now.
me now?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, thank you. And oh, sorry, I'm getting an echo. I thought I was hearing something. Carry on. We're reporting actually quite a long way back. So we're reporting for the financial year ended 30th of June last year, which I will attend to, and then Kathy will talk to you about the period from July to December. And obviously with where things have gone this year, we'll give you a quick update on what's happened in the last 2 or 3 months. Just going back to our financial year ended June last year, it was quite a disruptive year because our application for funding to the Provincial Growth Fund took up a huge amount of time, both in getting into them and then many hours spent afterwards concluding contracts and refining capital works requirements. In the middle of that, unfortunately, we lost Julie Keane, who, after being away for an extended period from February, resigned and left us in May. So that left me looking after the place on a part-time basis for about 8 months until Kathy started. As you're aware though, national driver training has been a focus for the board for the last 3 years, and obtaining the monies from the Provincial Growth Fund has been a major boost for us. So you can appreciate that the time put into the planning for the development was very, very important. And we now are going to end up with a facility that is second to none. We are the only people in New Zealand who will be able to, at the moment anyway, be able to train in all aspects of driver training. So we have quite a lot of interest from government and various government departments, and certainly they're well and truly behind us getting the development done now. It was also pleasing to note that we put nearly 500 people through licence training last year. That's all related to cars and motorcycles rather than heavy traffic, whereas it's changed this year. We also, probably just talking briefly about the sort of 3 major events, being the New Zealand Grand Prix, the Central District's Field Days, and a Christian camp that we run. All 3 of those grew and grew quite substantially on the year before. Central District's Field Days, for example, had 500 odd exhibitors and a new record attendance from people attending. The Christian camp came to us with 2,500 people that we put under canvas for a period of time, and they utilised our facilities. And the Grand Prix itself achieved an increase in competitors and public attendance, which is always good to see. We commissioned Burl again, which we've done in the past, to update the assessment of Manfield's impact on the economy and community. And once again, it did reflect very positively on our contribution to the region. 6 largest events produced 10 million for spending across the region and 5.2 million in gross domestic product, which supports the equivalent of 79 full-time equivalent jobs in the region. So we're happy to see that we're continuing to grow. We raised $202,675 from community organisations. We're very dependent on community organisations to assist us to continue to trade and grow. And so we were very grateful to Central Energy Trust and NZTA for their contribution last year. Now, I would like to note that Manawatu District Council, you stand out from the wider regional councils and continue to generously support Manfield financially. And in the year of review, you also provided us with human resources and financial advice this year while we didn't have a permanent CEO. So I thank you sincerely. I was very grateful for that assistance in the period that I was there. And we thank you for your continued valued support. The trust operating income increased 8.25% over the last year, which we were pretty happy about given the amount of work we had to do last year. Operating expenses also increased, but 6.78%. So our operating results did produce a small loss for the year, but that again, I've said this for the last couple of years, but was due to the National Driver Training Centre development costs. However, after revenue and capital grants are included, we showed a net profit of $336,646. So we were pretty happy with the position we ended up in. We have issues with ageing infrastructure, and we certainly had a lot of problems with stormwater, water and sewerage breakages, costing us a lot more than we anticipated in the 2019 year. Those costs, together with electrical issues, are quite problematic, And so we've been reviewing all of those things, and a full review is underway across the park to stem the rising cost of maintaining our ageing infrastructure. And finally, just one thing to note, that it isn't part of the that financial year review, but from 1 July last year, that's the beginning of this current year, we did review all event pricing against the market, because we hadn't really increased our costs for a number of years. So this resulted in across the board increases of an average of 10 to 11%, which was implemented from 1 July last year. Now, all of our costs have now been CPD indexed in future and on an annual basis, with individual events priced and or repriced as appropriate. Kathy will pick up on that moving forward. So perhaps, Kathy, if I could ask you to talk about the 6 months from July to December, and then a quick update on where we are now, and then please would welcome any questions. Is that okay?
Yep. Yes. Thank you. That sounds great. Welcome, Kathy.
Thank you, and thank you kindly for the opportunity to present today. So I'm going to take my report as read. I was only in the CEO role effectively for 2 months of that period. So I guess Gordon has shared some of the update from that. I guess one of the things that I want to do is to update you in particular on the cancellation and postponement of events, and certainly the progress we're making on the National Driver Training Centre. So just in terms of that report, when I submitted it, we just had CD field days cancelled. And the impact, I guess, of COVID was that we had $120,000 worth of business that was effectively postponed or cancelled. Thankfully, most of it is postponed, and we're working very hard with our clients at the moment to rebook, particularly for the period November through to June next year. So it's going to be a particularly busy period on the park at that time. What we've done during the lockdown is we've been working full time. We've had a full staff working full time remotely. And we've used that opportunity to really work intently on our business so that we are positioned to receive and support business once it comes back on the park. We've started our events this week. We've had our clients on the track from Tuesday. We had them here Wednesday. We're running a test day on Friday. And in the beginning of June, we've got our first car club event. So obviously numbers are reduced, but we're back effectively earning some revenue again, and that's a positive front for our business. In my report, I mentioned that we had secured 2 grants in the period through to 31 December. We've made 3 new grant applications that total 173,000. And you will have seen that some of the gaming trusts are currently not open for business. The 173,000 that we've applied to 3 organisations are open for business, and we expect a decision on those probably next month, early next month, and discussions with those particular funding partners. One of them has confirmed the grant, but I'm yet to see it in writing, and the others are very positive in terms of supporting us. So I would be very surprised if we weren't successful in those bids, those grant applications that we've made. The big thing for us is the National Driver Training Centre. I had been working over the last 4 weeks intently with MB at the Ministry of Business, with various meetings with them to fast track our National Driver Training Centre. And part of that planning process has been around revising the project timeline to see if we can claw back some of the lost time. Colspec have been actively on site They're managing to claw back some of that time. And what I would really like to do with council is to offer, a site visit when you're able to come and see what we're doing. We are making progress really, really quickly. And, it's going to be a huge asset to Manfield moving forward. Coupled with that, we have secured trainers for class 2 to 5 now. We've got a trainer that we're signing up for wheels, tracks and rollers, and we've got a trainer that we're signing up for forklift, and we have students and clients waiting for training in those areas, which we can obviously offer in other parts of our facility, and we're progressing with booking those courses as we speak. Some of those will be run in June. We've also been working in class 1. We've got MOUs with 7 of our schools, and 2 of our schools have put a program in place for class 1 driver training for their students that goes through to November this year. So we've got 3 large courses booked in June already, and more are following. So I think, there is activity happening, which we're really pleased about. I just want to touch briefly, I've been liaising with Brent and with Mayor Helen on the Grand Prix bid for 21 to 23. We put that bid in on Monday night, but it had a proviso that I need to come and discuss that proposal with council, and I look forward to doing that in the near future. Mayor Helen and Brent in our discussion, and I'm very comfortable with this, we've talked about putting key performance indicators and deliverables in place moving forward for that new contract. And again, we will look at an opportunity to build a more robust contract than what we've had. And so I look forward to having a discussion with council about that. So yes, very happy to take questions.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, Kathy. Councillors, questions? Councillor Hadfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. A couple of questions. Firstly, Gordon, to you. In the Bill report, I note that the economic benefit or the spend in the region was 10 million. Did that report identify the spend in the district as opposed to the city at all?
As what was the last bit? Does it disclose as what?
Did the report identify the difference in the spend between the district and the rest of the region, i.e. the city?
No, it's a one statement that covers the Manawatu, really.
Right. Look, the reason for that question is clearly major events that require a lot of accommodation and spend. I guess the district, in my opinion, is restricted in terms of accommodation available, and a lot of accommodation for major events does get to the city. So that's the one thing. And Mr. Chair, if I may, the second question. Kathy, has any consideration been given to, as the driver training progresses forward, has any consideration or further consideration been given to establishing your own PTE to maximise both control and margin out of driver training? And as a supplementary to that, when the driver training is sort of up and running and at capacity, do you have an indicated number of EFTs in terms of EFTs funding that would be utilised in that training?
So I'll answer the driver training one. I want to comment on accommodation too regarding major events as well, but I'll do the driver training part first. We are first and foremost a facility that we hire out to clients to utilise. And so the focus on the National Driver Training Centre at the moment is to contract in trainers to deliver training, whether it be class 1 or industry training from 2 to 5. Or the second part of what we're doing is looking at hiring the facility to clients, particularly industry clients who may wish to use that facility for training. So that's our first interest at this stage. So answering that question. The second one around accommodation, what we are going to do is work smarter, not harder. we're going to open the front oval to motorhomes and allow some accommodation to come in motorhomes. New Zealanders will be moving around the country, and a lot of them will be interested in some of the events that we are hosting here. And I guess if they can come with their own accommodation, that allows us an opportunity to connect with the district and certainly Feilding town as an opportunity for cafes and spend. And that means that not all that accommodation of those visitors will be going to the city. A lot of them, we wish to retain them through motorhomes on the front oval for our events moving forward.
Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Could I just pick up on that? Because we're actually looking at our freedom camping bylaw today. I'm not sure of the legalities and parameters around providing motorhome accommodation on the Manfield site. That may be a question for officers to clarify.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, any activity that wasn't in line with the zoning for Manfield wouldn't necessarily need to be considered against the district plan. So there might be a need for resource consent and also compliance with any bylaw that may be in place at the time as well. So you would need to go through probably just an evaluation process on a category.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine. I think what we're looking at doing is aligning with the Motorhome Association for self-contained motorhomes that can, rather than putting infrastructure in place. So, there's further discussion that we can have with Council, Brent.
Thank you. Councillor Quarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Gordon and Kathy. The slightly outside the reporting period, but the effect that the cancellation of the CD field days, what effect has that had on Manfield Park?
Can I answer that one?
Yes, please.
Yeah. The only impact that we had as a venue hirer, we effectively lost $10,000 on the contract only. And that was a negotiation we had with CD Field Days because they offered all their exhibitors a full refund. And we take there is in the contract a percentage revenue to Manfield for each exhibitor. So they had a conversation with us, would we provide some relief around that, saying they were providing a full refund. We are in a relationship with CD Field Days for the long haul. So we did provide that relief and that resulted in $10,000 being paid back to them. And that was the only amount that we actually lost in terms of hireage.
Councillor Marsh.
Good, thank you through the chair. It's actually a comment to you, Gordon, and the fact that you made a comment there as you took over the reins from Julie that it was a part-time role. Certainly the reports around the district were that you spent a lot more hours in there that weren't part-time, and a huge thank you to that and a gratitude from us all around the council and around the district and the role that you played during that interim period. I'd just like to acknowledge that.
Thank you. Well, we certainly wish you every success with your grant applications. They sound positive. We look forward to the site visit that you spoke of, and really good to hear the update on good progress with the driver training. And once again, good luck with the Grand Prix bid, and we look forward to further discussions there. So thank you for the work. We have a recommendation on page 114. Someone like to move that? Councillor Marsh.
Through the chair, I'd like to recommend that the Manfield Park Trust 12-month report and financial statement for the year ending 30 June 2019 be received, and that the Manfield Park Trust 6-month report for the half year ending 31 December 2019 also be received.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Short. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much, Kathy and Gordon. And as I say, we wish you every success with the recovery and future endeavours.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thanks.
Right, we'll move to next item 11.4, the Te Kawa Memorial Recreation Centre 6 and 12-month reports. And we welcome John Sylvester, who's been waiting very patiently on Zoom. And I'll hand over to General Manager Community and Strategy again, Brent Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in terms of the introductory report, you'll see at section 3 where we have outlined for council's information the management deed detail, which dates back to 1998, just to refresh everyone's memory on that. And also, I see John's with us. He will no doubt talk to their report and also any questions in relation to the asset management side of it, and council's future investment can be directed to myself and Matt Bayliss, who get to answer any questions on those aspects of it. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brent. John, would you like to speak to the report? Just have to unmute, John.
Yep. Okay. So yep. You can hear me now?
Yes, good.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much for having me this morning. Unfortunately, I'm actually up in Auckland. Currently, I had some fairly major surgery last Friday, and I don't have the benefit of actually having the report in front of me at the moment. So perhaps if I can just summarise where things are at with the rec centre, based on my failing memory, and answer any questions that you have. So I guess the key points are that the rec centre committee has been putting quite a focus on what we can do to increase patronage at the rec centre. But one of the things that we have found is that we actually do, the centre does have a fairly high level of use, particularly from local community organisations. And so we're in anything else we do need to fit in around this. Nevertheless, we are making the effort, and to that end, we are currently in the process of developing a website. We have engaged the services of a UCOL student who, this is through UCOL, and they are constructing a website as a project towards their studies. And part of that will also include an online booking system where people wanting or thinking about using the facility can hop online and have a look at what dates are available and make a booking. So those are just a couple of things that we are doing. We are very much aware that it is a community facility, and one of the things that we actually had planned for to happen in a couple of weeks' time on the 31st of May was a community working bee. The building is looking a little bit tired in places, and while we weren't anticipating doing any significant work to the place, just getting the involvement from the community to do a good tidy up, and in particular some of our member organisations to come in and spend an afternoon just, as I say, tidying the place up and just lifting its appearance a bit. In combination with that, the Rongotia and District Lions Club, we're going to host a community potluck dinner following on from the working bee. So it was going to be a bit of a combination thing. Obviously, we can't do that now, but we will be rescheduling it because we see both things, particularly in light of what's been happening over the last couple of months, as quite important to foster relations and bring the community together. Unfortunately, yeah, the whole COVID thing plus my surgery, which was supposed to happen a month ago but was deferred, has prevented me completing quite a more full report, which I had started late last year. Yeah, to present to the council, and just giving a much better position statement of where, excuse me, of where the rec centre is at. As I say, because of COVID and because of my surgery, I haven't been able to complete that, but I would like the opportunity to do that as soon as I can, and perhaps present it to the council again, later this year if you're willing to receive it. We're very aware that the buildings are 20 years old, and there are some areas that do need, attention. While we've been able to generally cover the day-to-day or month-to-month running costs of the building or the facility, it is going to need some maintenance, some fairly reasonably significant maintenance in some areas over the coming 2 to 3 years. And I think it's important that council, as the facility owner, is aware of those and can make provision for them. So I would like the opportunity, if I can, as I say, to complete that report and present it to you at a later date. I'm just aware of, sorry, I'm also currently aware of time. I have to depart at 10:15. I've got a follow-up scan to my surgery, which I really don't want to miss. So I'll leave it there, but if anybody has any questions for me, I'll certainly be happy to answer them as best I can.
Thank you, John, and we won't come into the scanning room with you. And, open it up for Councillor Quarry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, good to see you, John. You're up and about. That's the main thing. Hey, thanks very much for the work that you do. John puts an enormous amount of work into the rec centre. I know that personally, and that's very much appreciated by the community. Your comments in regard to the amount of use that it's got is well documented in your report that we've all read, so people are aware of that. Obviously, yeah, look forward to a speedy recovery and see you up and about before too long. The idea of having a potluck dinner for the community was mentioned quite some time ago, and I'm certain that will go ahead before too long. So good to see you, John.
Thanks, Andrew.
Councillor Kane.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for attending this morning, John. I just want to just pass off to work to the actual council officers in regards to, is this a potential workshop item? As far as as long as I've been in council, Te Kawa Memorial Recreation Centre has always had some issues, and I'm just wondering if we need a refresher in workshop, probably through the Chief Executive, just to run us back up to speed with what needs to be done and where it sits in the priority list.
Yes, yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, happy to do that.
Thank you. Councillor Hunter.
Thank you. A question of clarification. In the background, 2.1, I'm on page 154, it says, the term of the management deed lasts as long as the council has a lease of the community centre. I'm assuming it's the committee that has the lease because we own the property. But actually, my question is, what is the term of that lease agreement?
The land is not owned by the council. The land is actually owned by it's Ministry of Education land. So we have a lease. We own the building, and then we subsequently on contract or through the deed the management to the committee. So correct me if I'm wrong, Matt. It's the lease that actually relates to the land, isn't it? That we're referring to. So it's probably rather slightly erroneously referred to the community centre. So the lease is opening. They'll have a civil rights of renewal in there.
Mid-2030s.
Yes, yeah. So it's probably a 30 odd year lease. Yeah,
And if I may, the management deed agreement, what was the term for that? You know, in you know, periods for review and further discussion, etc.
I can answer that through Deputy Chair. It's a very old mid-90s agreement. It's actually open-ended, so it doesn't have an end date in mind. So quite happy to have a review of that. We've been working quite closely with John and his team on their business plan. The Rangitia, 15 minutes down the way, it's got some great facilities and probably just need to highlight some more awareness of it. So yeah, we can look at the review of the management agreement. So.
Thank you. I think that would follow on from Councillor Baker's comments about it being timely to come back for a workshop discussion. I mean, I think after 20 years, you know, certainly timely to be looking at, you know, what's changed and best practice and, you know, the level of support and relationship between the community and council.
Thank you, Councillor Humphrey. Councillor Marsh.
Yes, certainly, and yes, same recommendation. Thank you, John, for being available this morning. But looking at the long-term maintenance plan there, and a lot of that's falling into 2020. We certainly need to bring that back into the council chamber workshop. The comments I'd just like to make too is that we've heard a report this morning from Sport Manawatu, and I see a lot of your functions, etc., especially on the rugby side of it, with your junior rugby, etc., and that there's actually no cost, etc., coming in or rental coming into the income stream as far as that's concerned, whether there's an opportunity there with Sport Manawatu. And just also note there that electricity makes up 40% of your total revenue, and is there something that either yourselves or we can have a look at there to see if we can reduce that expenditure?
Yeah, can I just say that we're acutely aware of the electricity cost. They actually have, believe it or not, have dropped fairly significantly over the last 6 months. There was some work done. We did look at the possibility of changing to an instant type water heating process, probably using gas, because what we've been able to work out is that it is the hot water that is a major contributor to our electricity costs. But yes, it is something we're very aware of and have been taking steps to try and reduce, but would certainly you know, welcome any assistance from yourselves. The one thing that we did do was latch on to the council. I'm not quite sure how it works, to be honest, whether it was the council electricity provider or whatever, but that in itself, we got a much better rate because of that change, and that did have has given us a reasonably significant cost decrease. But it is something that, yes, we are definitely aware of and continuing to look at.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Good, thank you. Well, John, as you will have heard, we're going to have a workshop coming up. There will be another opportunity to meet with you at some stage in the future. We certainly thank you and your committee for the work that you do, and we wish you a speedy recovery. Now, there is a recommendation, councillors, on page 153. Do I have a mover? Councillor Marsh.
Grant's got it there too. The Te Kawa Memorial Recreation Centre annual report for the period ending 30 June 2019 be received.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Hatfield. Any discussion? Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Just a query. I note under the terms and conditions in 3.2, there's a requirement to furnish NDC with annually audited accounts. They weren't attached to this, so I just wanted to query whether they had been received or whether we needed to make this subject to receipt.
If we receive the accounts.
Sorry, yeah, we can check on that. So I would go with Councillor Humphrey's recommendation of perhaps subject to.
All right, we'll put that to the mover. You need to alter the recommended motion.
certainly, you want the wording for that, which we allow Ellie a moment to put that together. End of the financial year was May 30th of June, so then you've got those, so within 3 months of this meeting. As far as the motion is concerned, it still sits there as 3.2 on the brief. They haven't met that, so we'll allow them 3 months to get more to set, but
I would be comfortable if it just said subject to receipt.
subject to receipt.
Says advice, and they should be able to, I would imagine that's all done by now, so it's just a matter of.
Financial, that's right, the end.
no, June, or, does that sit well with you, John? You still with us?
Yeah, that should be fine.
All right, thank you. Can we just have the motion read again, please?
Certainly, the Takawa Memorial Recreation Centre annual report for the period 30 June 2019 be received, subject to the submission of the audited accounts.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Hatfield, are you happy with the operation? Any further discussion? Got the motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Well, thank you, John, and all the best for your scan and your recovery.
Okay, thanks very much. Bye.
Thanks very much. Bye. Bye. Okay, let's,
No, because there's a huge amount of stuff to get through.
all right, we'll have a 3-minute break and see you back in 3 minutes. Into the bylaws.
Grab a drink, grab a drink.
one. Is this got a long container built into the?
Yeah, yep.
That's pretty good. Just a long tape. You just got it. Oh yeah. Okay. Doesn't look expensive at all.
It's lovely.
Well, that sort of thing I can receive it, but putting screens and doing it. I think if you don't change it after a couple of minutes, it dies.
Welcome back, councillors. We'll make a start again, and welcome to Catherine Knight, our Senior Policy Advisor, who's going to have quite a task ahead of her, I would suggest. But we're looking forward to working our way through the deliberations on the bylaws and policy review. We've had submissions, written and verbal, and we've got officers' comments. So, Brent, I'll start with you, and then you can pass over to Catherine when appropriate.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a lot to add. As you've already noted, this is quite a lengthy item. Today, Catherine will take us through the deliberation points for council to consider. They are in the table form in the report, and we have some items where we consider some officer recommendations or suggestions on those as well. So back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Brent. And Catherine, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So I'm just going to share my screen. Right, is that sharing all right? Looks like it is.
Yes.
Great. So yes, this morning I'm going to take the opportunity to take you through the key decisions for the Wave 2 bylaws review. And the deliberations report for this is from page 168 of the agenda. So just to recap, the Wave 2 bylaws review, of course, covered the freedom camping bylaw, the public places bylaw, the stock movement and grazing bylaw, and the revocation of Part 5 traffic safety and road use bylaw, and also the stock underpass policy, but there are no changes recommended to that, so that's not covered in the presentation. In terms of this presentation, the most salient or important element of the deliberations report is the table 2, which is on pages 215 to 220 of the agenda. So we'll get into the actual recommendations themselves. So around 6 of them relate to the freedom camping bylaw. So we're going to start with those. So the very first, let's go and reduce that. Oops. The very first recommendation is, where appropriate and relevant, maps should include a note stating that in some cases, prohibited areas go beyond 200 metres of a motor vehicle accessible area, as per the definition of freedom camp in the Act. And we'll return in just a moment to that definition, because this all sort of pivots around that, somewhat confusingly, arguably. The fact that some maps show areas that go beyond this 200 metres basically just reflects the practical on the ground realities, such as that's where boundary fences are and so on. And I appreciate it's probably a little bit hard to kind of appreciate what I'm speaking about here. So I will give you a tangible example on the next slide, just to illustrate what we're talking about. So a question here might be, well, how many areas does this actually apply to? This, you would think there would be a straight answer for this. And there kind of is. So we think there are four areas that it definitely applies to, and these are the examples listed on the slide. Though in the case of Apiti, it is very, very close to being within the 200 metres. And there are also 8 maybes, dependent on how vehicle accessible area is interpreted, among other things. And so here I might just return to the definition of Freedom Camp in the Freedom Camping Act. So if you can bear with me on this. So in the Act, Freedom Camp means to camp other than at a camping ground within 200 metres of a motor vehicle accessible area, or the mean low water springs line of any sea or harbour, or on or within 200 metres of a formed road, or a Great Walks track, using one or more of the vehicle types, modes that are set out. So just returning to that again, the two most salient points here, the two most important elements of that definition, is that it means to camp within 200 metres of a motor vehicle accessible area, or on or within 200 metres of a formed road. So this is where this 200 metres business comes from. So just to give you that example, here is Halcombe Cemetery. The bold white line through the middle from top to bottom is the road, and the white hatching on either side of the road is the 200 metres from either side of the road. And then you will see that there is a red bounded area, bordered area west of the hatched area. Well, actually the rectangle goes both underneath the hatched area and beyond to the west. So the area that we are talking about in this case that arguably goes beyond 200 metres of a vehicle accessible area, it certainly goes 200 metres beyond a formed road, is that red bordered area left of the hatched white area. And just by way of context, this land is council owned. It's not actually the cemetery itself, but it's council owned, and apparently it is leased out for grazing. So if you look closely at this, zoom in, you will actually see sheep, little white dots. So that is a pretty good example of what we're talking about. Now, the issue here is, of course, coming back to the definition, that it is within, freedom camping is defined as something that is within 200 metres of a vehicle accessible area. It does not say that it has to be a 2-wheel drive or, road vehicle. It could be a 4-wheel drive vehicle. So arguably, this area is within 200 metres of a vehicle accessible area. And it really depends on how you define it. I have tried to get some clarity around this by going back to the Act itself, as you'll see, and also just asking around on LGNZ forums, and really it hasn't been forthcoming. So without being too I guess, disparaging of the legislators, I think possibly the definition was a little bit unhelpful in terms of actual on-the-ground implementation. From the perspective, though, of its implementation, this has been discussed with among council officers in terms of its enforcement and also in terms of parks, that from an implementation perspective, there's really no major issue, if ever challenged. There are other ways in which activities can be controlled. And if Paul, if there are any concerns around this or any questions around enforcement, I believe Paul Gregg might be available to answer those in the council chambers. So, so yes, if there's any questions on that, there might be an opportunity to pursue those at the end of the presentation, perhaps. So if I'll move on. So basically, the reason for this, the recommendation to add annotations to the relevant maps is really just to provide clarity that we're acknowledging that potentially, depending on how the Act is interpreted, some of these prohibited areas, which are those 4 definites are in the Schedule 1, which are prohibited areas, go slightly beyond the 200 metres stipulated in the Act. So moving on to the second recommendation. This one is a little bit more straightforward, you'll be pleased to know. So in the draft bylaw, there was a restriction around lighting fires already included in Schedule 2. That's the schedule that relates to restricted areas for self-contained vehicles. But there was no corresponding restriction applying to areas in Schedule 3, which allows for camping in any vehicle, caravan, tent, or other temporary structure. So really, this is just rectifying that and having that, that restriction around lighting fires also contained within that schedule. So relatively straightforward. The third recommendation is also very straightforward. So the common seal section of the bylaw and the notified version was overlooked. And so this is simply rectifying that by recommending that it is indeed included in the final version that is put forward for formal adoption. Oh, I'm just echoing. I thought So the fourth recommendation relating to the Freedom Camping Bylaw is looks simple on paper because it's only a couple of words difference, but it does have some kind of quite profound implications. So I'll just run through those with you. So the first one, as you can see, or having read the report, you will have taken the fact that the notified version, in terms of approaching the definition of a self-contained vehicle, had an or structure. So there were 2 options in effect. So one was that a vehicle could be deemed self-contained if it met certain requirements which are listed before the or it complied with the New Zealand standard for self-containment, as evidenced by the display of the sticker on the window. Now, the issue that was highlighted around this was that while it's very easy for an enforcement officer to go and ascertain that yes, indeed, there is a sticker in the window, and so there's a tick there that it meets the New Zealand standard, it is a lot more difficult for an enforcement officer to ascertain whether it meets requirements despite not having a sticker in the window. So this would require gaining access onto the vehicle and then going through a series of checks to see whether the various requirements are met. So in speaking with Paul Paul Gregg and his team, we came to the conclusion that that would put a really unnecessary and unfair burden on his team. And also it's impractical in the sense that vehicle owners would be well within their rights to refuse access to the vehicle, and in which case this check wouldn't be able to be done. So what we are suggesting here is to remove the or structure and make an and structure. So it has to actually meet both these requirements. In effect, really, we're saying that it has to meet the New Zealand standard. And just by way of reassurance, what we're doing here is defaulting to the model bylaw definition. So the definition contained in the model bylaw for freedom camping. So that is the first that's the first change to this definition. The second one is also is the crossed out and any subsequent amendments. Again, seemingly innocent, but there's some quite profound implications of this. So I'll take you through these in the next slide. So yes, as I've highlighted, this recommendation is to amend the definition of self-contained vehicle by omitting the words and any subsequent amendments, and that is in reference to the New Zealand standard. This recommendation is not quite as clear-cut as the first one. There are some clear pros and cons. So the pros are that it avoids risk of legal challenge if the amendments to the New Zealand standard, and therefore the bylaw, because they would happen automatically, are considered significant, but of course normal consultative procedures were not followed because it would just be updated automatically or deemed as being updated. So that is the pro. I should state here, though, that our legal advice is that the risk of legal challenge is likely to be relatively low. However, as this pro states, taking those words out altogether would avoid this risk completely. So in terms of the cons, if the reference to any subsequent amendments to the New Zealand standard is removed, Council would need to address every amendment to the standard through an amendment of the bylaw. Now, our advice here is that if it's relatively minor, there is an option to amend the bylaw via resolution publicly notified, and that is feasible, a viable option, so long as it does not affect an existing right, interest, title, immunity, or duty of any person to whom the bylaw applies. And but otherwise, normal consultative processes would apply. But on balance, the recommendation contained within the report is to remove the words any subsequent amendments to avoid legal challenge, the risk of legal challenge. So moving on, this is the second to last recommendation, I believe, for freedom camping. This is just a fairly straightforward wording change to Schedule 3, basically to replace the word permitted, to replace it with the words provided for. And the reason for this is that permitted tends to be seen as a word with a specific legal meaning, such as, of course, a permitted activity under the Resource Management Act. But in fact, under the Freedom Camping Act, it is not a local authority's role to permit freedom camping. So it's a little bit inappropriate in this context. It is permitted already as a default per section, as per section 10 of the Act. The role of a local authority is rather to restrict or prohibit freedom camping where it's deemed inappropriate. So making this slight word change really just better aligns the wording with the fundamental principles of the Act. So moving on to the last recommendation, recommended change for the Freedom Camping Act, again, is a relatively simple word change, phrasing change. So it's a change to clause 3.1D and replacing the word expected to required. And really, this is just simply to create more clarity around the responsibility of Freedom campers with this wording change. So moving on to the public places bylaw, the recommendation here is the deletion of clause 9.2c, which prohibited the operation of unmanned aerial vehicles during prohibited fire season. The reason for this is that there are no local examples crashing and causing fires, and that the prohibited fire season relates to the lighting of fires and not the operation of equipment. And the second recommended change to the public places bylaw is to amend the explanatory notes accompanying clause 9.2 to make clearer reference to the Civil Aviation Authority Part 101 rules and regulations. And the reason for this recommended change is that the draft bylaw did not make sufficient reference to the Civil Aviation Authority Part 101 rules and regulations that were applicable to most UAV operations. So again, fairly straightforward there. And the third, and I believe final one for the public places bylaw, is to amend Schedule 1 prohibited UAV flying zones to include network utility operators as an exempted party. And this is to allow PowerCo and other network utility operators to use drones to carry out legitimate maintenance, monitoring, or other operational work. So finally, just moving on to the stock movement and grazing law bylaw. So a couple of recommendations here. The first is it is recommended that we cite the NZTA Code of Practice for Traffic Management as the source of the diagram contained in Appendix 2, stock droving layout. You might remember that a submitter had some comments about this, and although reference wasn't made to this appendix, this I believe is where this is what he was making reference to. Now, I looked into this as part of my preparation of the report, and as I understand it, the source of this appendix, the source of this stock droving layout and the requirements therein from the NZTA Code of Practice for Traffic Management, which is apparently a mandatory requirement. So there's not a lot of wiggle room from the council's perspective to change those requirements, but that has not been, that's not as clear as it could be in the bylaw. And finally, last but not least, is the second recommendation for the stock movement and grazing bylaw. And this relates to the tethering of stock and more specifically goats, which of course we heard a lot from submitters about. There was a lot of concern. So this one, again, is not really clear cut. I guess a call needs to be made. So it's a recommendation either that the clause 26 relating to tethered stock is retained, is drafted, or that consideration be given to revising clause 26 to prohibit the tethering of stock by the roadside within the district. And of course, the reason for this is that a large number of submitters did raise concerns about the tethering of goats in particular, but animals more broadly by the roadside, and highlighting welfare issues and inadequacy of monitoring to ensure welfare conditions are met. So that is the end of my presentation, but I suspect there may be a few questions, so Very happy to take those, and if there are other council staff members there that may also be able to answer some questions.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We'll open it for questions. Casey?
Yeah, thank you. If we could go back to 3.1 in regards to freedom camping bylaw. It refers to potentially, I guess, the council being able to enforce that. And I just wanted to know what the mechanism was around that. Was it, was it fines? Was it, I don't know. It wasn't clear to me.
There is a provision for a fine, infringement of $200 for breaching the bylaw.
Yeah.
And that comes under the free camping. Sure.
And I guess the other thing that there was I will happily admit, was the evidence to get through. Was in fact we're actually not restricting, we're just clarifying our role in this as a local authority. I was a bit concerned that we were starting to that we may be turning people out or restricting heavily what we were doing. It's just more around a clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's more around the law is generally permissive. So it's around how we want to exercise that control. Through our bylaw, that shouldn't be
Yeah, I say that because there were some fairly heavy words in regards to judicial review and sort of Human Rights Act and all that stuff. And I just wanted to, as I said, there was a lot to wade through. It wasn't clear to me, and I'm happy to say that. I'm happy to admit it, but I just that sense of comfort from the council.
I think through you, Mr. Chairman, there is quite a lot of debate over freedom camping and some very polarised views. So we have to treat that very carefully through the middle. But the acts are reasonably clear, and our bylaw, is really just to give us the tools to give effect to the legislation and control those areas where we don't wish to.
Thank you, Councillor Casey. Councillor Macquarie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was mention of a fire ban during the fire ban season. What about those people that wish to cook using either a gas burner or a open flame? And if you're camping, whether it be by vehicle or by pack, to provide an area where you can cook your evening meal, I think is essential.
I think, generally speaking, cooking on a gas barbecue and huggies are exempt from requiring permits for fires. That's my understanding, and I know huggies definitely are, and I think gas cooking on a barbecue is as well.
So that's another paragraph that's not related to this, so isn't it? It's sort of one contradicts the other. One overrides the other.
Yeah.
Because if we're saying you can't use an open flame and a no fire period, and then somewhere else says you can.
That's covered in the Fire Act, I understand. So that's permitted. There's certain parameters, cultural events, so hanging is permitted, and there they still need to get permission from the fire authority to have that fire, but they're still allowed cultural events. And then gas barbecues is because it's contained, they consider that. You say it's no sense, pretty cool.
I believe so, and it's to prevent the likes of people lighting a fire to
exactly.
roast a sausage over sort of thing. They get out, whereas the others are more contained, and which is why they have the exemption, and plus for the cultural reasons.
Councillor Jean Taylor.
Yes, awesome. Hey, just with regards to the submissions that we had on the particularly goat tethering, feels a bit weird to talk to. How many of our submitters were actually Manawatu district residents and not some sort of outsider speaking on behalf of Manawatu residents?
I can answer, well, I'll attempt to answer that. I would have to go back and do the sums and have a look at them, but I think quite a large proportion were from outside the district, for sure.
Councillor Short.
I also wanted to just ask a little bit more about the goat tethering or animal tethering issue. If we did consider prohibiting the tethering of livestock on the roadside, it could be almost as controversial as the removal of the witch's hat at the Koa Park, I think. But if we did consider it, are we able to do further consultation on something you've already gone out? Because I don't know that it really popped up on people's radar. And if we did make a decision, a lot of people would have sort of been caught by surprise. And I wondered whether we could isolate that issue, take it out to the public, even if it's just a poll on our Facebook page or something, just to gauge people's reaction to it.
Through Mr. Chairman, I guess you're in your deliberation stage at the moment, so this is actually giving officers guidance on what you'd like to see in the final bylaw. If you do not wish to ban tethering of goats, you could give us an indication that you don't wish to proceed in that way as part of the review of the bylaw, and then we could then do as a separate item some further conversations with the community about that. I think the sort of derail the whole process here would be just on one item would be an overkill. You could probably do it in the way of suggested.
Councillor Delsky.
Yeah, I'd like to speak on that, on the tethering. I think as Manawatu district, all the goats I've seen have been very, very happy, and I can't see the point of banning it. People go past it every day. Our inspectors obviously do, and I'm not sure what any complaints have come into council of cruelty on our tethering. I've seen horses tethered, and basically I would not support banning it myself. So that's why I think that.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
I would go along the same lines. Brings back memories of the bird aviary debate we had 3 years ago. And I remember Gary Barnett's submission to the stage left and go. But I don't think that quite applies in this scenario. I would note that Councillor G. Taylor's comments about a few of the submitters, I think all of them are outside the district, many from Auckland. I couldn't identify any from the Manawatu district, so that was one touch point. My approach to bylaws is there's less government influence to people as possible, and basically if it out, leave it out. There's no point in putting regulation on somebody if it's not really a problem. I just wonder where it might lead to if we did restrict the way animals are held or owned regarding, chaining or killing dogs. What's the difference? Where it might lead to in regard to the way we farm other animals. So I think it's opening up a bit of a area. I'd also note the MPI already has a guideline has a code of welfare for goats. So, we may be able to just reference that in the bylaw rather than have specific detailed rules to apply locally. And that could be something like alternative. I just leave that quite simple, and I wouldn't change policy. Change bylaw.
Points, if I could just clarify that there is always a danger of referencing codes of practice in a bylaw because then you're obliged to enforce them. So my advice would be to do that. If you don't want to change it, council could support the code of practice as a policy position by not incorporating it into the bylaw.
Councillor Humphrey.
Can I just clarify your prepared approach, Mr. Chair? Would you like us to just be discussing all of the different bylaws, or do you want to focus on for example, on the stock control one just at the moment? I've got questions in different places, so I'm just not sure the best way to approach it.
I think we're discussing all topics, all goats and caravans.
All right. I don't have any goats unless you count my children, which eat everything in sight, and they're a bunch of kids. My question, I just wanted to pick up on, just to clarify, Catherine, some of the feedback in the comments around the Feilding CBD, and the feedback that we had from some submitters about the challenges of promoting, Feilding as a freedom camping or motorhome friendly town if we prohibit from the CBD. And in your comments, it talked about that being covered in the significance policy. And I confess by the time I waited through all of this, I didn't quite get time to go back to that. So I'm just wondering if you could refresh my memory on what the rationale is in terms of there being, an issue or a problem or, objections to which we're trying to address in the CBD space.
Yes, I'd probably have to go back and look at that report in detail too. But I think my understanding of it was that it was based on council staff input. And I think probably just the consideration that there were a number of spaces available in close proximity to the city that were the town centre that were appropriate and perhaps more appropriate for freedom camping. I mean, at the end of the day, and possibly going back to the earlier question here too, in respect to CEDA and also another submitter who had concerns, I guess, around perhaps the bylaw or draft bylaw being overly restrictive. Again, this is where, a call can be made that becomes a bit more open or a bit less restrictive. And I don't think there is any clear-cut criteria around that. I think it is probably a call. And I noted too, as I'm sure you did as well, that CEDA in particular referred to the situation following the post-COVID recovery and the fact that, local economies will potentially be suffering. And so it might be an added reason to reconsider restrictiveness. So yeah, I think really the call was around the fact that there were other sites that were available. I also looked into, in respect to that, whether there were any sites privately. Lisa alerted me to the fact that in some centres, the likes of supermarkets and information centres make car parking areas available to self-contained vehicles for freedom camping within town centres. And I looked into that, and there is no provision for that within the Feilding town centre. So yes, and with our prohibition within the draft bylaw, so that is, it's fairly sweeping, I guess.
If I may pick up on that, that was sort of my next question, was just to seek a level of clarification about the definition, I guess, of camping. Like if a motorhome, for example, comes into the CBD and wants to park, not camp overnight, but to park for a day, half day, a couple of hours, are they allowed to do that if we prohibit that? Where does the definition about when someone's parking and when someone's camping, I'm not sure where the line is.
So there's no barrier to someone parking a vehicle in the central business district.
Provided it has a warrant of fitness.
Provided it has a warrant of fitness and it's legally parked.
So it's considered camping once it's overnight?
I think it's an element of, if the person was there for a number of days, I think we would be interested. But often people park their vehicles overnight, even if they're not camping vehicles, if they've been out for a few drinks and get a taxi home. We don't go and along to those on an everyday basis. But if there was a camp, motor vehicle, motorhome that was parked there for 3 or 4 days, I think we might take some interest in.
And because motorhomes are encouraged to park at the coach house or at Tomato Park, where we have free, basically availability for free camping. We don't want people randomly parking up for, you know, a couple of weeks and CBD.
Councillor Belsky.
Yeah, I think the Freedom Camp is working well to invite them into our area. Like the Dress Circle's got a really good sign up at the northern region saying there's no freedom camping here, but there are places to go to. And another complaint, like the Twin Bridges on the East Bahongana Road, there's a few people camped there, and maybe a signage there, just correct signage in the places that are problematic would work well.
Just staying with the town centre. So we have the coach house availability, but there is a small fee. Is that correct? Yes. There's Tomato Park, which there's no fee. And then we heard earlier this morning, it sounds like there'll be possibilities at Manfield, subject to planning approvals, etc. And there may even be a commercial operator before too long there as well. So there do seem to be quite a few reasonable opportunities to park up very close, within easy walking distance of the town centre, without actually parking in the town centre. So I'm probably of the view that those opportunities are sufficient. And I don't see us as being unfriendly from that point of view. People have to spend a few dollars at the coach house, say, at the moment, being the closest current opportunity. Councillor Lewski?
Yeah, I think I just want to clarify that too, because we often think freedom campers don't want to pay anything, and they won't pay anything. But when they stop at the Rangiwahia Hall, they do pay there. So basically, yeah, they're not certainly getting a free ride everywhere. So there is some advantages, definitely advantages of having them coming into our district.
Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Look, I think the one thing within all of this that I feel uncomfortable about is in relation to Mount Lees. And that's based on the recommendation that actually we're wanting to consider council's own, commercial interests, or in terms of a negotiation, for a new lease. From the little that I understand of the bylaw, the Freedom Camping Act, and the rationale and justification that you have to provide commercial considerations are not considered adequate. And my preference, I think, given the nature of historic practice and the importance of that as a stop-off point for the Te Araroa location, I don't think we should be prohibiting that site.
Mr. Lowe?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like our Community Facilities Manager to comment on that, because I don't think we're necessarily at odds on that position, but I'd just like that to clarify where we're at.
Thank you. For you, Deputy Mayor. Mount Lees was never actually set up for camping. It was only established under the bylaw for self-contained units. So over the last 15 years, it's been going beneath the radar in terms of tenting and camping under the previous homestead occupier. We're not looking at it from the commercial perspective. While we're looking at the options for the new lease, we want to make sure that whatever the new lease looks like, that it complements any form of camping in the future. We do actually have funding allocated next year in the current 10-year plan for freedom camping and some form of camping provision. I think we have about $240,000 set aside for that. And that would work alongside whatever happens with the homestead lease to make sure that they both complement each other. So we'll bring that to you shortly in the workshop. And then obviously we want to make sure that complements whatever occurs within the bylaw.
So if I may, as I understood it, the recommendation was to leave it prohibited at the moment, but to effectively review the bylaw in another 12 months' time.
That's correct.
Or amend the bylaw in 12 months' time. Struggle with the inefficiency of that process, but.
For you, Deputy Mayor, a lot of it is due to the timing that we've had with the homestead itself. I agree that the timing is not ideal, but I think it's really important that we look at the investment of about 240k alongside whatever actually occurs with the homestead to make sure that they complement each other. And you know, the submissions that we received around the amount of people using the trail, you know, that is a key consideration for us, and being able to capture that tourism dollar that will come into the district.
Councillor Marsh, did you have your?
I did. Obviously, there's a question from the floor just in regard to the topic that Councillor Humphrey picked up, which was one of mine as well. So go to Councillor Campbell and then come back to my other two comments.
Thank you.
I endorse Councillor Humphrey's comments. I think it's quite critical we do allow freedom camping at Mount Lees. There's a toilet there already, correct? So it's possible that it's able to be used for freedom camping. It's a critical part of the Tauraroa Trail through the district. And we're nodding our heads around the table. I think we all agree here that it should be available, and it seems a little bit pointless to have to review the bylaw again in 12 months' time. So, you know, if we are letting a new tender or use the homestead, look, if that's one of the conditions is that freedom camping is happening here, which is happening anyway. So yeah.
So just on, while we're still on this subject, Councillor Hatfield, did you have something to say on this one?
Yes, well, yeah, look, and it was, thank you, Mr. Chair, and it was supporting Councillor Humphrey and Councillor Campbell in terms of the importance of that break for the TLI walkway, which I know my brother and sister-in-law did at an advanced age. And there's some pretty big hiking that you have to keep doing if you know, Mount Lees is a strategic stop point for old and young leagues as they battle their way through there. So look, I'm totally in support of Councillor Campbell's comments.
Councillor Belsky?
Yeah, it's on the same subject. We have the cycleway from Cape Reinga to Bluff come through Rangawahia, and they often leave Wanganui and come, and Rangawahia is a perfect place for them to stop after biking for the day. And our gate takings, or our takings at the domain, just jump sky high. So I think Mount Lees can take advantage of this too. Whoever the new contractors or whoever the new manager is, I think they can factor that in, that these freedom campers or these people coming through on walks will pay a few dollars to stop there. So it adds up to the takings. So I think just because they're coming through doesn't mean to say they're not paying anything. And I think it should be, as Stuart said, Councillor, yes. So I believe that it needs to be talked about now, not later on, about Mount Lees.
I think it's important to note that if you allow freedom camping, there is no requirement for anyone to pay anything.
Oh, is that right?
Of course, that's freedom camping. Okay, so if you allow freedom camping, there is no compulsion on somebody who is freedom camping there to pay anything, which obviously makes the commercial proposition for someone looking to lease the homestead very different from if there is the opportunity to charge people a modest fee to camp there.
So I didn't know that.
So the Rangawahia example, people are only paying that voluntarily.
Yes, they are.
Nothing
And
anyone
they
can
are
do
doing
to
it. Yeah.
require it.
That's true.
So if you approve a bylaw that says Mount Lees is okay for freedom camping, you are removing a potential revenue source for someone who wishes to lease the homestead, and a potential revenue source for council.
Councillor Humphrey, then Councillor Short, then I've got something to say.
Look, I was just going to note that it is possible, and I'm not quite sure of the purposes of the money that's tagged, but you can. There are possibilities with technology and infrastructure provision where you can have a fee, a user pay service for the likes of toilets and showers and things like that. So there are other ways of clipping that clip.
Sure.
Thank you. Along the same lines as Hillary. So what Richard's just outlined, we could still allow, for instance, Mount Lees under the new leasee to register with the New Zealand Motor Caravan Association as a, whatever they call paid park over stops. If they did do that, would they get fee? Would council get fee? Would there be an arrangement?
Councillor Marsh.
Certainly, thank you. Probably just changing the subject, which is, I did have 3 points that I'd like to make, and they were on clarification. The first one was around Mount Lee, so it's good to get that conversation as well. My second point was around the stock movement and grazing bylaw. We've heard.
Perhaps we will just stick with Mount Lee.
Yeah,
So
so
there's a
over
few
there.
more speakers. Sorry, I misunderstood. Councillor Campbell.
Oh, I was just going to note, I was more concerned about stopping the status quo, where I understand people have been counted at Mount Lees. I'm not exactly sure the detail, but any of them were paying a fee for the services to the previous operator. I don't know what level or what for, but yes, Dr. Ted was probably correct. There was a difference between freedom camping and camping. And I didn't want to see camping restricted or stopped at Mount Lees. There was a small fee, the same as Rangawatia. So, yeah. That was my primary concern was not allowing camping at any sort of Mount Lees and allowing that status quo.
All right, my comment on Mount Lees was trying to achieve both is that we don't prohibit camping at freedom camping at Mount Lees at this stage, but we can still enter into a new lease arrangement with an operator, with a new lessee, who may well run a commercial operation there, and then at that point it just changes from freedom to commercial. The point is that if we change the bylaw now, then that's the end of camping. Councillor Corey.
Yeah, quite agree with what you're saying. I think the camping season is coming to us shortly. In another 2 or 3 months, there could be quite a stream of people coming through in the summer. And it will take a lot longer for the council to react to a new change in circumstances than what it will for 3 months. And therefore, we will allow, I believe it's a strategic stop-off for those that are walking the trail, and they need to have a place where they can call and spend the night. And whether it be 6 months or 12 months, whatever it takes to sort the place out, we need to have something in place as of tomorrow so that the status quo is maintained and people have the right to stop there overnight.
Right, any more questions or comments around Mount Lees? We'll move on to Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, just a clarification, please, from the officers on both topics that I've got. The first one is the stock movement and grazing bylaw. We've heard about the tethering of. Mine's more around the movement thereof. And looking back through the papers table today, I couldn't see any reference to the Federated Farmers conversation that was, I know it was only a verbal, it wasn't a written, but just wondering whether that has been passed aside or whether we can actually have a look at that within the paper that we've got today around the stock movement and the restrictions thereof within that, and just what some of the recommendations might be from that. And my second point is around not necessarily the freedom camping scenario, it's more around a clarification, please, of self-containment and the fact that we are getting an increasing number of food and coffee trucks in the area. I know they have to comply under a different scenario, but are they considered a self-containment? And do they have to then meet the New Zealand standards of self-containment and the disposal of waste from their premises?
So
just a clarification.
Answer the second one first. No, they're not considered self-contained camping vehicles.
So the removal of their waste.
Sorry, to repeat the question.
That's where the coffee cart is classed as a self-contained camping vehicle.
My initial feeling would be no, because they conduct the business, we have to approve regards for a bit of detail, but we need to give them a bylaw approval and are responsible for removing their own waste and what have you as well. So there is a separate bylaw approval that we give those small scale commercial operators.
That's fine, it was just around the clarification of that. As far as the stock movement is concerned?
In terms of the stock movement, as you'll be aware, the Federated Farmers was basically a comment. It wasn't a formal submission because they missed the submission deadline. Council is welcome to consider that as part of their deliberations.
They did put a one-liner in, and then they were slightly confused in themselves. They said we are putting a submission, but we don't consider it a submission, which, given they met the deadline with the one-liner, it's technically a submission. And then we heard from the Federated Farmers representative who had some suggestions for the council around deferral, and considering that as alongside the rural district plan change, which is really irrelevant, they don't relate to one another. But open for councillors to give some consideration to those points that were made.
Thank you. Catherine, I had a question still on stock movement and grazing bylaw. It was in relation to the submission from Mr. John Girk. And I think somewhere in the material we're adding the Appendix 2 for clarification, which makes sense. But I think you mentioned somewhere that there is a provision for exemption under certain circumstances, so that frankly, if the problem is not of your own making, there just isn't enough distance or something along those lines. My question is, could we refer, is it sensible to refer to it rather than just leave it out altogether? Because I felt that was the solution.
Just to clarify, his submission was around where stock are tethered, not tethered, sorry, if there's roadside grazing, as I recall, and there is some damage to the temporary fencing, and as a result, stock get out and get on the road and cause damage or what have you. And he was asking that specifically, that kind of scenario specifically be referred to in the bylaw. But when I looked into it, there was already a pretty clear exemption for things like that. It didn't necessarily talk about a vehicle crashing through your fence, but it was pretty clear that a landowner or an owner of stock would be exempted under that kind of scenario. So my sense was there was no need to add anything more specific. The more specific you go, the more chance there is that people think, oh, well, you haven't specifically referred to this, that, or the other. So it's quite good to go with something that is a bit more all-encompassing, and what was already there. I can find it for you. It is referred to in the report, but I can track it down if you would like me to.
Yeah, that wasn't the section I was meaning. So
okay.
Talking about moving stock along the road, and I think it was distance and sight lines.
So yes,
I understand that there is an exemption if the problem is not of your own making, but we're not referring to that in the bylaw. And I think that was, if we did, that might be sufficient to answer his questions.
Okay, well, I might have to look into that. I took his submission to be referring to two separate things. He was concerned, he referred to a 600-metre site distance figure, and I believe he got that from Appendix 2. The exemption question I interpreted to be referring to stock grazing by the roadside and getting out due to a traffic accident or the like. But I can go back and review that just to make sure there's been no confusion there.
All right, I may have misunderstood it, but I thought that if there just wasn't enough sight line, then you can proceed, even though the bylaw says a different length of road. Councillor Quarry.
Thank you. I took it that the distance, people had to be away from the stop was 600 metres. And he was referring to that as a hard and fast 600 metres, whereas on a country road with bends and so forth, if you're back to the next bend and you signal that there's a stop on the road, then that would be sufficient. You didn't have to stick to 600 metres.
Yeah, that was my understanding. Maybe we can just clarify that, because I, as everyone knows, I'm no farmer.
If I may, it's an interesting one, because the situation there, we're citing the NZTA recommendation, but we're setting our own bylaw. And just some clarification probably from the CEO in that regard. If we're citing an NZTA code of practice through traffic management, but setting a different recommendation, how does that sit legally?
So a council has to enact a bylaw if they wish to be able to enforce anything. And NZTA code of practice doesn't come with enforcement provisions. So we need to decide what it is we actually want to enforce.
Okay, any other questions?
Makes sense.
Councillor
Yes, it does make sense, but I'm just thinking about the speed limit, which is a code of practice enforced by NZTA, but we don't change the bylaw of motorways and highways.
We do actually determine the speed limits on the roads within our control. So we occasionally change speed limits, and that means they can then be enforced. It's just the enforcement is typically done by the New Zealand Police. And actually in the stock movement one, it could potentially be done by New Zealand Police.
Yeah, I'd just like some clarification of what that submitter said about reducing the 600 metre as it's probably an exact meterage. I've driven a lot of stock too on the road and people ahead, but one of the traffic laws is that you have to stop within half the foreseeable distance. So so when you've got the hills and winding road, 600 metres is miles too far. And so I think the submitter had a good point, and I think I need to have a clarification of what's actually been finalised here.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
I'm not sure that the submitter's got it quite right, because the Appendix 2, which Catherine referred to, says that the signs of pilot vehicle must be visible for 3 times the speed limit. So if you've got 100 km/h speed limit on the main road, that would be 300 metres. So you have a pilot vehicle 300 metres back from the mob and 300 metres in front of the mob. So that's your 600.
That's
so it's only
NZTA.
300 from the mob.
Yeah.
Not 600.
Right, any further questions? Right, so Catherine, from here, are you, because we're not making final decisions today, are we?
That's correct.
No. So
the final decisions will be, so we will bring, having heard your deliberations, we'll bring back a final set of recommendations on the 2nd of July. And at that point, council will have to go through the process, formally agreeing the changes to the bylaws.
Right.
So the recommendation on page 169 is basically that there's one where council has considered the information presented.
right, so I guess the question from me is, do you require any more, a greater steer from this meeting, or do you have enough to take away? And then I'll just pass to Councillor Quarry before we...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The question I'd ask is, does council wish to hear any information from the advance? I believe they had a valid point in regard to being able to put forward a submission. And if we can give them a fortnight or 3 weeks to put forward their notes, that could be added information.
Thank you.
Could I? It's not held until the 2nd of July, which would give time for them to put it up.
just I think Rebecca's coming back.
Rebecca, welcome.
I'm just wondering, thank you. For everybody's clarity, I wonder if we could just go back through the slides that Catherine prepared and revisit very briefly each of the recommendations so that we can be clear on which ones you're clear on and which ones need to be thought about a little bit more.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. So we on page 215.
Sorry, excuse me, just in conversation with Ali, perhaps it might be useful to have a resolution from this meeting on each of those on what your decisions are or guidances to us, and then that just gives us a bit of clarity, and we do seek some further information. What it is that you'd like to hear back from if there is. So okay, that's really building on what Rebecca said, is go back through the items and get council's agreement or not.
I'm confused now because I'm told we're not making decisions. I think we're asking for resolutions.
No. Well, you're passing or giving us a resolution today on what you would like to see incorporated into the final bylaw for you to approve in July. So it's really just the outcome of your deliberations today. But you're not approving the bylaw because that is a next separate step of the process.
Right. Well, we're happy to work through each of them, and yeah. So first, go back to page 215. We've got the freedom camping bylaw, and there was it was about the 200 metres and the distance from roads, etc. We've got the recommendation there. I guess the question is everyone happy to run with the recommendation, or are we, or we're not? So I'll take it that you're happy with the recommendation. I haven't heard anything to the contrary. We move to
Do you need to do
It would be helpful if they were moved and seconded individually. Take each one separately.
Yeah. So, okay, so what are we moving? In second?
I suggest perhaps would it be appropriate to move all the recommendations regarding freedom camping bylaw, each bylaw, or we've got a lot of recommendations. We go through them one by one. We have endless resolutions. Can we group them?
We've got 11, as I understand it, to go through. Surely, if we just give you a steer today, given that we're not making any decisions, and the first one seems fairly straightforward. Council seems comfortable with the recommendation being made.
We do need a mover and seconder. Council can only make decisions by resolution.
But we're not making any decisions.
You do need to decide how you would like the proposed draft bylaws amended to be brought back to you for final decision and adoption.
Okay, maybe suggestion. If we're happy with, there's a number of recommendations here. We can either accept or request be amended. So I'm gathering most of them will be happy to accept. There may be there'll be several that we are not. We can just deal with those.
Okay. Councillor Casey.
Yeah, Chair, I was going to go, there is only one recommendation, and that's to determine whether the draft freedom of camping law bylaws, etc., can be, be updated with a recommended amendment to that's what I'll base this reading on. Understand this process. So I'm a little bit uncomfortable with going through each one of this because we have a recommendation.
So I think what we'll do is we're going to go through the presentation. We'll ask councillors if they're comfortable with the recommendation. If everyone says yes, we'll jump to the next one. We'll keep doing that. And then we'll say all the recommendations that have been agreed will be agreed, which is consistent with our first recommendation. And then if there are any that are exceptions, we'll note those, and we'll note those as exceptions. Does that make sense? Rather than going through with a formal mover and seconder, we'll just say, do you agree with this? Yes, right, that's in the yes box. Okay, so freedom camping bylaw number 1. Is everyone comfortable with this recommendation? Or actually, I'll make it easier. Is anyone uncomfortable with this recommendation? Please speak or wave your hand.
So we're okay with number 1.
Okay with number one. Right, we'll jump to number 2.
It's the lighting the fires.
Anyone uncomfortable with this?
No.
No? Cool.
Just going to do anything, Andrew.
Freedom camping 3,
about the common seal, I think.
which is required, so it's fine.
That's okay.
4,
The
amended definition of self-contained vehicle.
so it has to have a sticker or warrant. So we're clarifying that to make it easier for our officers who have to go and basically check. Otherwise, it would be rather difficult.
Anyone uncomfortable with that?
Some of our submitters would
Yes, you can, Steve.
Opposed to it.
If the van has a sticker, and I have believed that there are false stickers or stickers put on, and they're not compliant, have our officers got the right to have a look inside that? You haven't.
Where this will be helpful is that it's removing or and placing and.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of those vehicles with the false stickers on, like the station wagon, which clearly is not designed for the purpose of camping, and is not capable of meeting the evolutionary and sanitary needs of the occupant. So they can't keep 3 months worth of waste with the vehicle without having to dispose of it. So if they haven't got the sticker under this, that first kind of the definition, they would not be qualified.
Oh, that's good, thank you.
So I'll point to that if I may. So one of the submitters in front of us held up a sticker. And it wasn't the New Zealand standard sticker, it was one for the amenders. So, I mean, there is an information transfer that needs to happen, obviously, but as far as a formal law-abiding sticker.
So that's one of the advantages of the and statement there, because essentially it doesn't matter whether they have a sticker or not, or what sort of sticker it is. You know, if it's a Toyota Starlet, no matter what sticker it's got,
But
it's clearly not a self-contained vehicle.
Exactly. Okay, so we're all comfortable with the getting rid of the or and using the and then the second part of it was deleting and any subsequent amendments, and there was some legal reasons for that. Are we comfortable with that?
Yep.
Right. Okay, next one, still on freedom camping. We're changing the word from permitted to provided.
Objections, thank you.
And then the next one, we're changing the word from expected to required, so that's sort of sensible. Changes.
There was a resolution to accept all of those, so I can put them in the minutes.
Yeah, I think it's probably easiest to do the bylaw by bylaw, so we can have a resolution to accept the proposed amendment to the freedom camping bylaw.
Okay, we have a mover. Councillor Casey, Councillor Short. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Third contrary, carried. Okay, so that's freedom camping. Great. Now we move into the public places bylaw. And drones.
And this is because drones are no more likely to cause, well, probably less likely to cause a fire than someone operating a tractor. Tractor use during the fire season.
So comfortable with that?
Yep.
And then we've got our aviation consultant, Councillor Hatfield.
Yep.
And Bundsmith Airport,
just making our rules consistent with the Aviation Authority.
I have just a question there, if I may. I just spotted a bit about the 3Ks from the coast. I know that the rural fire unit uses drones if there's a forest fire to go out and see where the source, where the fire is located. Are they exempted?
Yes.
Through how's it?
Okay, so we're comfortable with that one? Yep. We're doing well, councillors.
Yes.
Number 9, public, still on public places.
And so this is the request by PowerCo to basically be able to fly drones over the airlines.
Inspected airlines and so on.
And so they're just added to an exempted market, which is everyone sees as entirely sensible. Makes a whole lot of sense.
Yep. Okay. Number 10. Well, perhaps if we do, you'd like a resolution for public places, bylaw, to accept the recommendations. Councillor. I'll take Councillor Hadfield this time. Councillor Martin second. No, not confusing. Councillor Martin second. Any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. The contrary. Thank you. Right, now we get to stock movement and grazing. So we've clarified that by referring to Appendix 2.
Now, if I can, forgive me for interrupting.
Yeah.
This is the point at which, if you wish to hear from federated farmers, you should say we would like to defer making a decision on this until we've had a response from federated farmers. So if that is a consensus view, then we'll note that.
All right, Councillor Belsky.
Well, I'd like to move that we delay this until federated farmers have been involved.
So we invite federated farmers to make a submission within 3 weeks. And then we will review, we will put this on a council meeting probably in June and consider this bylaw after the federated farmers submission.
So we might decouple this bylaw
from the others.
In terms of
Councillor Corey.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy to move that. We're talking about that, but I'd like another subject, and that relates to stop underpasses. But that could be a separate.
Once we've had the federated farmers submission, we'll have another session on. Is this one covered?
there's a stop underpass policy.
Okay.
I agree with them.
So we have underpasses and stock movement and grazing. We'll wait, put those on hold till after federated farmers.
Yeah, well, one couple that from the train and
Yep.
let the other things.
Carry on.
The point I'd like to make about stock underpasses is there is no current requirement for farmers to put underpasses in. And I was just wondering whether there needs to be a number of animals transiting per day or how often, all that sort of thing, whether we need to look at something more concrete in regard to stock underpasses. I know there are some places, it depends on the percentage of farm on the other side of the road, but there can be quite significant numbers of stock that move over given areas that maybe needs to be addressed by council, and there become a requirement for an underpass to be put in, or some better means of monitoring the transit of those stock.
And would the amount of traffic be relevant as well? Because there's
Yes.
3
Well,
movements a day as opposed to 5,000 movements a day would make quite a difference.
Amount of traffic or the standard of road.
Mr. Lillman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think part of that discussion we can reacquaint you with the content of bylaw and perhaps the content of policy. Suggesting, and then you have that context in terms of what you might hear from federated farmers. So as part of perhaps the once you've heard from federated farmers, we can run back through the bylaw and the associated policy document. So to just put a bit of context around.
So that could be included in the discussion paper with the feds.
Well, yeah, it would be an item that we would run through with you again, the content of the bylaw, and obviously that has been out there and available for consultation. It's been some time, so we can refresh on that. So short answer, Andrew, yes, we will do that.
Okay. So the resolution would be that the council defers consideration of the stock movement and grazing bylaw and invites federated farmers to make a submission on this bylaw by the.
It'll need to be the 16th of June council meeting.
But we want to give them 3 weeks, so.
And we need to build in time for council agendas as well, so there's no point in short.
So submission by the, Ellie, when would you need the submission in by, or just we're going to hear it on the 16th of June?
The agenda goes out on like the Friday prior to that, so I've got a calendar in front of me without getting over this.
Stand by caller.
It'll be the 2nd of July meeting.
So if we were looking at the 16th of June, the 16th of June?
It's too early, I think.
Yeah, no, that's Tuesday, oddly, you mean the 18th? Yeah, so it'd have to go out on the 12th, which would give them 2 weeks. So if you're wanting 3 weeks, you'd probably be looking towards the end of June.
Well, the 12th, if we said they needed to get it in by the 12th of June, that gives them basically effectively 3 weeks.
Or at least the day before, because that's the day the agenda goes.
Yes.
Yeah. So if we said the 10th of June?
Yes. Or we'd, yeah, that's right.
Which makes reasonable, given we're the 21st now.
And we will state that it's because we want to go for the council.
All right, that sounds like a plan. Councillor Belsky?
Oh, it's just basically supported that Andy, what you mentioned.
Yes.
Because there's a north of Apathy, there's an underpass, and I asked the farmer, why did you put it in? He said, I had to, because it's on an intersection. And I thought, and he said it's the best thing he ever did. So maybe, yeah, there's some pressure need to be put on.
Right, let's get ourselves educated.
Yeah.
And understand things. Yeah. Thanks very much. Councillor G. Taylor.
I'd like to just make a comment further on that with regards to the federated farmers. It might be a rather harsh opinion, but I think that it was a pretty poor excuse for the delay in delivering their submission to us. And so I think that we need to take the further submission with that thought in mind, that everyone else had the same time frame, and I thought their excuses weren't really justifiable under the conditions. So that was just my 2 cents worth on that.
Thanks very much. That's good. Right.
But we're going to
We've got the end of the section. Page 169.
No,
the federated farmers.
Federated
Yeah,
farmers.
that.
Yes.
Woo! You're kidding.
Okay, have we got perhaps the wording for the motion, Ellie?
Yeah, that the council defers consideration of the stock movement and grazing bylaw and invites federated farmers to make a submission on this bylaw by the 10th of June 2020.
Moved by Andrew. Seconded by Alison.
Right, any discussion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carry. And will be the bit about the underpass that
yes, we'll include that
as well. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Now we've still got the recommendation on page 169. Presumably we actually.
I don't think you need to pass that resolution. There's the other resolutions.
You'll be able to take it.
That's great. All right, that's very good. Okay, we move to 11.6, application for rates remission for charitable organisation. And back to Mr. Limmer again.
Right, thank you very much.
I'm comfortable with you to stay here.
Okay.
Page 248.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an application for rates for remission for a charitable organisation, as the title to the report covers. It is, has been an application that was received from the Field and Scout Guidewall Committee for a rates remission for the coming rates year. As we've noted in the report, there is a wee bit of background to this around what our previous policy used to require, and that now we no longer require the tax charitable entity status that used to be required. And also with the changes to delegations given the adoption of the new community development strategy and funding policy, there is not or has not been an available committee meeting for this application to go to. Hence, it's come through to council for consideration today. Janine in her report has done the usual good job and has set out the alignment and the relevant requirements in sections 2 and 3. So I'm happy to hand back to you, Mr. Chairman, and if there are any questions, we'll endeavour to cover them off or seek some further information if we're going to have that meeting with you.
Right, we'll open for questions. Councillor Short.
Thank you. This organisation has qualified in the past and sort of just got put through a crack and then we changed the updated policy booklet. It might be, no, I haven't spotted it yet. Is there some idea of like this current financial year, what the rates are on that property? It's quite high, isn't it? $4,000.
That figure sort of rings a bell.
Just going from past
year. They actually incorporating.
I'm sure it's in
the total rates in the past, you're looking at their previous years around 2,300, 2,600, and around that number, just looking at their previous figures. You've got, if you're looking at 18, 19, so you're looking at 19, 4,919.
Right, Councillor Humphrey.
Chair, I don't have a question, but I'd be happy to move the motion if there are no further questions.
Right, we'll just check. Any good questions, councillors?
So just for clarification, given the rates expenditure shown in the expenses in there, I presume they've had a rates remission in the past, but partial rates remission.
Yeah.
So the figure that we're looking at now is a total remission or a partial remission?
Yeah, 50, up to 50%.
Right. It normally, we do have the discretion to, vary within that, but generally speaking, in my time and involvement, if organisation has qualified, then it's just been that 50%.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, so if you look at Councillor Hadfield at page 252, copy of the remissions of rates charged to charitable organisations, their remission scale, council may remit 50% of total rates.
Right, any other questions? Councillor Humphrey then.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to move that council awards, do we need to specify the fact that it's 50%? Or just a rate?
May remit 50, so for the avoidance of doubt.
So the council provides a 50% rate remission for the Fielding Scout and Guide Hall Committee for the 2020-21 rating year as they met the conditions and criteria set out in the remission of rates charged to charitable organisations policy.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Councillor G Taylor. Thank you. Any discussion? I've got the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you. 11.7, amendments to the LGFA documentation, and we'll pass to Corporate and Regulatory General Manager, Shane Harris.
Thank you, Council. This, you might recall, some time ago when it was proposed by LGFA that they were going to put to their annual general meeting the ability for CCOs to be able to borrow or apply for borrowing direct to the LGFA, as opposed to the situation now where they can't do that, and council has to borrow and then subsequently on lend that if they wish. To do that, those foundation documents that are appendices to my report need to be signed by 2 councillors. We are suggesting the Mayor, Deputy Mayor. That will then allow, for instance, the Manawatu Community Housing Trust to borrow directly from LGFA. They may even choose to refinance, and that will free up some of council's borrowing, because it doesn't, any borrowing they do will not be included in our borrowing cap, whereas at the moment it is. Just one word of, well, not so much caution, but you need to be aware of is any borrowing by any of our CCOs to LGFA has to be underwritten by council. So that's just a small caveat there. But it will free up some of our capacity in our loan, ceiling. So I'll take my report as read and open to any queries.
Thanks, Shane. Any questions? Councillor Humphrey?
Just a quick question. Just wondering about whether there's an urgency in terms of timeframe around or a deadline for signing this document off. If so, my only suggestion might be that perhaps it would be, given the Mayor's leave of absence, more appropriate for the Deputy Mayor and perhaps the Chair of Audit and Risk to be authorised to execute the document. Saves troubling the Mayor in her recovery time.
Just to answer that, there is a degree of urgency. We are probably the last council to approve this, and the LGFA are waiting on your decision so they know where to go. So there will be a degree of urgency to get the document signed. The Chief Executive has got another document to sign as well that didn't need council resolution, and we want to get that away as soon as possible.
Right, so if we said any 2 of the following 3, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Chair of Audit and Risk. Cover it? Okay, Councillor Marsh.
Just a clarification, please. Is Manfield the CCO, and how does that work with the joint between Parliament and
Manfield is not a CCO.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Can be done with it.
They're not using
Any other questions? All right, the suggestion is that we just reword the recommendation to make it any 2 of the following 3, Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chair of Audit and Risk. And is someone prepared to move? Here's for a second. Councillor Hatfield, any discussion? Motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, carried. Thank you. 11.8, McDonald Heights Reservoir Seismic Strengthening. Welcome, Michael, and pass to Hamish to introduce.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And really my introduction was going to be to welcome Michael Taylor. Michael's been the project engineer who's overseen the construction of the new McDonald Heights Reservoir, and this work is largely an extension of that with the same contractor. So I'm going to ask Michael to take it from there and run through the report.
Thanks, Hamish.
Thank you, Hamish. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Council. So I will assume the report's been read, but I'd like to speak through some of the key points and just a little bit of background. So There are 2 reservoirs at McDonald Heights that serve Fielding. One's brand new, recently completed in March, and this report is regarding the original reservoir, which is approximately 35 years old and is currently sitting empty while we've just finished some investigations on it. So we are recommending that that reservoir be strengthened to bring it up to standard which is appropriate for its age and condition. It's important for Fielding to have 2 fully functional reservoirs at the site that are able to, that we have confidence will be operable for a good period of time into the future. And so this report is specifically dealing with the earthquake risk around the current structure. The value of the work we're recommending is, as in the report, $644,000. And compared to the cost of a brand new reservoir, which we've just finished, so we've got a very good comparison to make there. It's about 1/3 of the cost. But what we're gaining from that is a structure that should stand up to a 1 in 500 year earthquake and still be operable. And on top of that, we're building in some operational improvements which bring it up to the to today's standards, if you like, for health and safety. So we're getting rid of an old non-compliant ladder, which is dangerous, if you like, and replacing that and a few other things to make it more operable. Essentially, it's a mirror copy of the new reservoir, but just a bit older. We're recommending that we engage Concrete Structures to complete the work. So they're the contractor that just finished the brand new reservoir, and I believe many of you have seen that and had a chance to have a walk around up top. So I've just finished working with them over the past year on the new build, and I'm very happy to recommend them as a competent, experienced contractor that I'm very confident will do an excellent job and will deliver on time. For reference, I've also completed work for us in the past, building the Rongatia Reservoir. The other contractor who built the new pedestrian bridge in Palmerston North. I've built one of Martin's main water reservoir as well. The project is well worth doing now. We haven't been able to do it before now because we needed to empty the reservoir to be able to complete the investigations. And so with the new one in operation, water stored and flowing into Fielding, we've been able to complete the design and now are in a good position to get the work done. And essentially we have Fielding's water storage pretty well sorted, or should I say this is a key part of having Fielding's water storage sorted for the next while. There's still other works in the wider pipeline and the water strategy. Sorry, well, was it me? Sorry, a bit of fallback. So that's essentially the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Michael. Any questions? Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Michael, I just wanted to pick up, I'm on page 290 in the report where you just talked about the range of options that you considered, and, you know, obviously doing a brand new one was considered too expensive. Yes. I just was thinking about the fact that the existing tank is 35 years old, and wondered, in terms of that level of assessment, did it consider the whole of life cost for both the current or, you know, what we get out of a new alternative? Was there a whole of life cost analysis?
We didn't, so not of the full range of options. And so probably the best way to answer that question is to say the brand new reservoir, which is designed to last 100 years, has been built more or less the same way as the old reservoir. There's not a lot of changes. And so when if we choose to upgrade the old one, we should expect that it will have a similar lifespan. We're essentially building in some of the components of today's standards that weren't in place 35 years ago. And so the finished product, for all intents and purposes, will be much like the new reservoir that is designed to last 100 years. So we haven't specifically costed all the options. I don't know if that answers your query, but we're confident we're getting a like for like, which is basically brings the old one more or less in line with the brand new one, which is a 100-year asset.
I think in terms of the length of life expectation of the asset, I'm relatively comfortable. If I can, just to clarify why you chose a 1 in 500 year strengthening rating as opposed to the 2,500 years for the brand, and just sort of how the rationale for how you landed there.
Sure. So at the moment, as it stands, without any work having been done, we expect that if we had a 1 in 100 year earthquake, the reservoir won't fall over, but it will probably be damaged to such an extent that it would require extensive repairs or be irreparable. 2,500 years is the structural sort of benchmark for seismic events that relate to a structure that's designed to serve a post-disaster function. So that's the new one. The new one's 2,500 years. Basically, the structural engineers advised us that without even going into detailed design, the cost to bring it up to that standard just wouldn't, based on a retrofit, wouldn't be warranted. And so what we've done is some of the components of the upgrade we're proposing are to that 2,500 year standard, but the minimum period is 1 in 500 years. And so overall, we're able to say when we're finished, the whole structure is good for a 1 in 500 year event. Some parts are going to far exceed that standard. It's a compromise.
So if you like, if there's an exceptionally large earthquake, like a 1 in 2,500 year event, the new reservoir will survive and be able to be operative. So with the old reservoir, it would fail and it would completely and utterly fail. If we upgrade the old reservoir, it is likely to be able to withstand an earthquake whose period or reoccurrence is 1 in 500 years. The only way we could get 2,500 years out of it would be building a second brand new reservoir. And because the life of the reservoir is around 100 years, it's considered a reasonable balance of cost and performance to look at a 1 in 500. The 1 in 2,500 years, you'd ask, why would you build to that standard? Well, the simple reason is if we do get hit with a massive earthquake, we need to still be able to provide water, and having one reservoir that can do that is realistic. There's things like our big, our water demand will go down in an earthquake with an event like that, but it will still be there. So if we had 2, we'd probably be overkill. So earthquake strengthening the second reservoir, A, significantly increases its lifespan, gives us another 100 years, and B, means it would survive a pretty serious earthquake, not the Hickarinny Trench, which is kind of the 1 in 2,500 earthquake. If that happens, our CBD will be a whole lot of renewal.
We'll have a major infrastructure renewal program ahead of us.
Yes.
Across all of it.
Yes. But if that does happen, we'll still at least have water in the reservoir. How many of the water pipes will still be operable will be it will be very dependent on what happens. That's the drive.
Councillor Gosky.
Just a couple of questions, mainly probably for Hamish. It says here that they were the successful tender. Unless I haven't read it, and I've done a lot of reading in this whole project, unless it says somewhere where the other tenders price was, but you do say that you're satisfied with, pleased with this price from Concrete Structures. Number one, was there more tenders that you see? And number two, are they electrical concrete?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Gosky. I'll pick those up, Michael. So as it says in the report, we tendered the construction of a new reservoir, of which we had a competitive tender process where Concrete Structures were, I think, about half the top price, which is just under. So in terms of this particular piece of work, we haven't openly tendered that. We've used our procurement policy as it's intended, and we've gone through a competitive tender process to establish the contractor. Where applicable, those rates have been correctly used, and we've negotiated with them what we believe to be yes. And so as Michael Taylor outlined in his summary, they did construct the initial new one up there. They also have done the Rongotia water reservoir, which was a new scheme we put in a number of years ago. And they also did the Martin water treatment plant reservoir about 7 years ago, which was a project that we managed through the shared service as well. So very reputable firm that we have a lot of confidence in.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michael, for your report. I'll direct my question to Hamish. No disrespect to you, but given the communication that we've had out in the marketplace over the last couple of weeks, just a comment that you made, which I'll direct, as I say, to Hamish. You mentioned that filling water will be pretty well sorted. I need some surety around that, and I need to know what our capacity is in our mains, as well as our tanks, going into the future as a supply, etc. I do not want to be a council that has something sitting on my plate for 7 years, and then we realise that we haven't got the capacity to actually give water to our residents.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the key thing to remember in the wider water strategy, and in fact the trigger for it, was the renewal cost of the Armidale site. We know that we have a reservoir up there, which is at the end of its life. And so the new construction of the new reservoir here in town was effectively the replacement for the Armidale reservoir. That was never around a capacity increase or capacity problem. It was always around the age of the asset, and the cost of renewing the asset up at Armidale was the same as basically building a new one. So the decision at the same time around relocating it here in town and also looking at the other improvements as part of the wider water strategy. So that includes a new bore as a replacement for the Armidale source, and also the treatment plant upgrades and improvements around the existing Campbell Road and Newbury line bores. That was, again, knowing the future cost of renewing the trunk main from Armidale to Fielding, and also the Barrows Road intake and the delivery line of raw water from there to the treatment plant. We identified from memory it was about $18 million minimum in terms of renewal of those assets. So by putting in the new reservoir and the other components I've mentioned, that represents a continuation of the continuity of supply that we have. So saying it's not around a volume issue, it's purely around the ageing of the existing assets and what's the cheapest way to replace a like with like. Having said that as well, our current capacity, if you like, is around about the 20,000 cubic metres per day for the Fielding wider needs, both domestic and commercial. And we have a peak demand in summer reaches about 12.5. So we have current future capacity in our existing and soon to be new supply with a new bore to meet the current and foreseeable future demand for Fielding, and the network to support that, including the storage.
So the reticulation that's available now can sustain.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We're getting to 640k. Here we're getting the ladder.
Yep.
What else?
It's a really good ladder. There's a rail around the top. as well.
Actually, it's all about that.
Sorry, councillor, slight decision. In the report, I mean, and also as Michael's outlined, the points of failure are around the ceiling joining to the walls joining to the foundation, if you like, of the existing reservoir.
So how's that? Is that more concrete columns with the steel, like the concrete?
Michael can probably speak to the specifics of physical works, but yes, it's the strengthening of those joints and the reconfiguration of some of the other components, like the safety aspects of it as well. So it will look much the same from the outside.
So it's not a heavier roof, it's a column that's got inside that is tying it together.
That's correct, yeah. Michael, do you want to add anything to that in terms of the specifics of the works? Thank you.
Yep. So it's relatively easy to answer that. So all the joints are there now, they're just not strong enough. And so the floor to wall joint is a hang of a lot of steel tying the two together. Then there is the wall to roof joint, which is a similar thing. But then perhaps the most difficult is the roof itself across the whole surface is not strong enough to withstand a wave which is generated in an earthquake. And so the risk is the roof blows off. If the roof blows off or moves, then we can't use the reservoir. So that work involves scraping off the top layer of the roof, reinforcing and pouring a new topping over the whole thing. So it's basically three components for the seismic upgrade.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hatfield?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just a little bit interested in the 1 in 500 year modelling, I presume it is, that you've used, and perhaps I'll direct this to Hamish model. Is there a difference in terms of, I don't want to get too technical, but are we looking at a 1 in 500 year event as something that has been modelled somehow, because we've only kept earthquake records in New Zealand since 1815. So historically, we've got a couple, about 205 years that we could model data on. I'm just a bit interested to know why 1 in 500 is actually the crush point, if that's the case.
So earthquake strength, so the magnitude of the earthquake is what you're picking. So basically, the greater the time event you go out, the bigger the earthquake. So you go from, so on a daily basis, New Zealand shakes. So we even in this part of the world, we're constantly being shaken by earthquakes we can't perceive. And some of them are a result of faults that may have occurred 100, 200, even 300 years ago. So the greater the time interval, it's the greater the magnitude of the quake. So 1 in 500 is, I don't know whether that's a magnitude 7.5 or an 8 or something like that. And if you go out to 1 in 2,500, you're probably getting into an 8.5 or something. So the time interval is just what is the probability of what is the highest magnitude earthquake probable in that time interval.
That's when there's no constraint.
Well, so if you want an example of a really big earthquake, the Japanese earthquake, which occurred just after Christchurch, was a magnitude 9 earthquake. And that took the continent, the landmass of Japan, and it stretched it. Yeah. So using satellite imagery, basically buildings in Japan moved because the ground itself stretched. So that's the force that occurs in a magnitude 9 earthquake. Now, interestingly, when that occurred in Japan, obviously there was the tidal wave, which did a lot of damage in Fukushima, but a vast majority of buildings remained upright, and the vast majority of their infrastructure survived because their infrastructure is built to this 1 in 2,500 year standard. So all the buildings in Tokyo, which is a massive city, they stayed up because they're built to these incredibly high standards. So yeah, the 1 in 500 is basically we're saying an earthquake this big. So, and are you able to, so is there a definition around what that is? Is it magnitude 7, 8, 9, 500?
There's the ruling. There you go.
It's an 8.
There you go. And so probably 2,500, I guess, is a something. It's a geometric scale.
Michael?
I just to add to that, without using magnitude as a comparison, in the report it does refer to the as a percentage relative to the new building standard, and so that 1 in 500 years gives us approximately 50%, 56% of the new building standard. That's another sort of relative term that might be helpful to relate it to.
Michael, my question is very similar. So the new reservoir that's can stand a 1 in 2,500 quake, what would be the NBS rating for that? The new building standard rating.
So it's designed, so I can't give you that rating. I can give you IL4, which is which is the standard of within the building code that says this structure will serve a post-disaster function.
Yes.
So I suspect it would be 100% new buildings.
I think it's a lot more than 100%. That's why I've asked.
Yeah, that's great.
That's not that. Okay, any further questions? We have a recommendation on our books. On page 288. Someone wants to move the motion? Steve?
Right, that the council accepts the proposed assessment strengthening works on the original McDonald Heights Reservoir and awards a construction contract for concrete structures NZ Limited for $644,813 plus GST, which includes a contingency figure of $60,000 plus GST. Funding will be spread over 2 financial years with $106,408 plus GST to be allocated from the WS 2001-023 in 2019/20 and $538,405 plus GST to be allocated from the WS 2001-001 in 2020/21 budget.
Thank you, Councillor Belsky. Do I have a second? Councillor G. Taylor. Any discussion? Motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carry. Thank you very much, Michael. That was a very good report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Post-COVID-19 community events. We will go straight to Brent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The report that you've got in front of you is from Janine, and there had been a discussion amongst community committees and others around making a small amount of money available to each of the community committees in order to enable them to have a post-COVID event in each of their community areas, just an ability for people to get together, celebrate, getting out of lockdown and out of level 3. I guess with the level 2, we're a little bit limited in terms of numbers and times, but Janine will be able to talk to that a little bit further detail. But that's really the intent behind this. So back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks very much and welcome, Janine. If you'd like to speak to that recommendation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and council members. The report is pretty self-explanatory, but with any emergency event that we sustain, the most important thing is about getting our communities reconnected out of social isolation and having that heart within their community. And in order to do that, they need to hold a social gathering, bearing in mind that as the General Manager Community Strategy highlighted, level 2 restrictions does make that a little bit limited. But what we are hoping to do here is to provide a level of funding which will allow these communities to actually come together at a social gathering as soon after as practical when those limitations are lifted. But also in saying that, some of you council members may be aware, but we're about to launch a campaign tomorrow, which is jointly between the council through Who Worship the Mayor, as well as the Manawatu Rural Support Services and the Ministry of Primary Industry. And that's all about the drought, and it's called Pride in Our Land. And the idea is, once again, it's the social, mental well-being of our farming community and their families. And this subject that's before you today fits in perfectly with the work that we're hoping to achieve through that campaign. But happy to answer any questions that any member might have.
Thank you, Janine. Councillor Humphrey.
Thank you. Janine, I just want to applaud the initiative in bringing this recommendation to us. I wholeheartedly support it. My question is, what about fielding? Fielding doesn't have a community committee. So what provision are we making as a council for the fact that while we may not have the same effects of the drought impacting livelihoods, as the rural community, actually people have been isolated and in lockdown and, also suffering from mental health and wellbeing. Have you given any thought to what we do for the fielding community in this space?
Certainly, thank you through you, Mr. Chairman. It's a subject that Who Worship and I have had a conversation about in regards to where to with fielding, and the Pride of Our Land campaign is also looking at having an event within fielding, which doesn't replace our Central District Field Days or our Kimbolton Sculpture, but it's an event that will bring the country into town, mixing with our urban, and it will be all around COVID-19 as well as the drought. As to how that is going to come together, we've actually had the support of the Ministry of Primary Industry, but we're also working with other central funders that may possibly be able to come in and contribute towards it. So the intention is not to come to council for that particular funding event, that it would be more looking at some of our funder partners and doing something a bit jointly.
Councillor Corey.
The funding for the community committees of $1,000. Is there any restriction on what area that money can be spent on, i.e. does it involve alcohol?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, the community development policy indicates what can and can't be spent from that fund, and certainly alcohol is one of those things that can't be.
Well, no, you can potentially, if you have a license, still have alcohol. It's just that the council funding won't pay for it. It'll pay for the band or the food.
Councillor Campbell.
Well, I know that Halcott was very keen to hold an event of some sort post-COVID. They were looking at using the pub to support them back into business. I wouldn't appreciate the bar, but they were certainly encouraging people to get back down there to keep their local establishment going. So very keen on detaining.
So these events can be, the food can be funded by council and any other periphery items, and alcohol, if required, can be funded separately or sponsored. Any other questions of Janine? Councillor Belsky.
I'd like to endorse what Tom come up with. I think it's a great idea to just to pay for the sausages and a few burgers and things like that, and just get around and I think it's a brilliant idea, and I'd like to recommend it if it's finished.
certainly my view is that it's a very good initiative. I'm pleased that you thought about Fielding, which is just over half the district. Steve, or Councillor G. Taylor?
You made a very good recommendation.
Councillor Belsky.
Oh, yes, make it.
Okay, that the council agrees to make available to community committees funding for up to $1,000 per committee towards the cost of holding post-COVID-19 community social gatherings to be funded from the 2019/20 unallocated community development fund.
Thank you, Councillor Belsky. Councillor G. Taylor, Dr. Second. Thank you very much. Any discussion?
I was just wondering whether Councillor Humphrey wants to put something in there as far as Fielding scenario is concerned.
Councillor Humphrey.
I might defer to
Councillor
my
Casey.
colleague who's got a
This
question.
is a point of clarification. We're about to do 1,000 odd to each community committee. And are we, sorry, through you, Janine, are we including the MYA/Youth Council on that? The cameras?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that question, councillor.
It's all right. It's Councillor Casey, we're in the end here, it's all right. Just the MYAs and /Youth Council, are they included in that $1,000 being a community of interest?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, no, they weren't.
Councillor Humphrey, do you want to?
Look, I do, while I understand that there's a big event being organised, part of what's wonderful about this is it's a resource to enable communities to organise their own event, you know, in whatever way, shape or flavour, you know, suits them. And I guess I would like to see some provision available. There may be, you know, without wanting to set anybody up, but you know, there may be organisations like Neighbourhood Support or other networks within the Fielding community that might like to do some events. And having said that, I'm comfortable that actually they could still go through the process of making an application to the Community Development Fund. So we're not prohibiting it. For me, it was just a question about making sure that we are thinking about all community.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
Just in regard to the recommendation, can I get a clarification? Is this in this financial year or will this be in next financial year? And the second part to that, I know it says 219, 220, so that's fine. Yeah, it's interesting to know that it's unallocated community development funding. Do we always have an amount sitting in our unallocated community development funding?
Yes.
No.
People make application to the fund.
It's always subject to application.
Yeah, and sometimes it carries them over, sometimes it's fully subscribed.
That was why I was just verifying those dates. So
The answer is yes and no.
Because I didn't want anybody not
On one hand, but on the other.
It's probably worth noting that one of the reasons we have unallocated funds is because the event that would normally have occurred in the last 2 months, where people would have applied for funds, just haven't happened.
Precisely, and a lot of the overseas, you know, the representative grants didn't go ahead.
I didn't want to disadvantage anybody if it was in the new financial year, but yeah, thank you.
Councillor Casey and then Councillor Short.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a sense of guidance from my colleagues regarding the inclusion of the MYAs and /Youth Council in this announcement as well. Because I think that's, it would be an appropriate information. Someone?
Councillor Short was going.
Well, I was actually going to cover it. With the amount of funding that's there, I would like to see the youth included, but I actually would like to see some money put aside that could be used in Fielding, different to the big event that you're talking about, along the lines of what Councillor Humphrey was suggesting. There are organisations within our town that would like to hold small things, you know, at school hall or something like that. It doesn't have to be for the whole town, but it could be a number of small things in different sections. So I would like some consideration for giving to those youth in Fielding.
Councillor G. Taylor.
Yeah, I think it just probably further to Councillor Casey's point with regard to youth having some access to this fund. I think it would be quite a cool idea considering we have recently established a new youth council and we're yet to have a meeting in person. So although there is lots of things going on in the background via Zoom, it would be nice to have some fun there to do something with the kids that have been successful on the youth council to be able to meet each other in person, because some of them don't know each other, so it would be quite cool to have that fund available for them to come to us and see how they want to use it if we had the option there.
Councillor Marsh.
Certainly, just speaking from a college perspective, I know in our college, our school ball has been postponed. It's supposed to be at the mid-year mark, and they usually fundraise during the year, so unsure as to where buildings school ball might sit and what actions they're taking.
It's cancelled.
Postponed. But one of the big things is around that fundraising, so I'm in full agreement that the opportunity is there to help the youth ambassadors making use of it.
Youth council.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, just something to add to follow on from what has been discussed. There is currently still $3,000 remaining in the Manawatu Youth Ambassadors account. So there is sufficient funding there should the new Youth Council wish to utilise that funds towards an event.
Mayor, with all due respect, $3,000 is set aside for each community council, community committee to do what they need to do. This is on top of that 3,000 as well. So I just want to sort of push back gently and respectfully and still insist that that's included as well.
Councillor Taylor.
I think the key word that is in the recommendation is that the council agrees to make available. It doesn't mean that we have to use the funds, and it doesn't mean that the funds just sit under the youth council. We would expect that the kids would come to us with whatever they were intending on using the funds for that would relate to the recommendation. So I just wanted to stress that point, that it's to make available, not to use and not to allocate and give to the youth council to do whatever they want. So I think that we just need to make that clear.
Say, Mr. Chairman, just remember that this money doesn't vanish. It's still there. It doesn't get carried over. So people can still put an application in. So it doesn't evaporate.
Yes, we've got a motion which is fairly clear for 15, up to 15 community committees. Questions now are, do we add in the youth as a sort of a 16th organisation, and then whether we do something again for field Councillor Humphrey?
Can I just clarify, has the community committee document, policy, whatever it's, I'm not quite sure if the correct term, been updated to reflect the NYAs or Youth Council as a community of interest? Because if that's happened, the recommendation as it stands includes them by default. But if it hasn't, then we might need to add them, mention them specifically.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, sorry, the echoing. The NYAs have not been included in the community committee policy. That has still yet to come before council to formalise.
Okay, well, Councillor Short.
Just in regards to fielding, I know any organisation could apply, but there's only rounds every 3 months, so organisations might like to respond a little bit more quickly. If we hear that we're at level 2 and we're into level 1, they're like, okay, let's do something next week. Oh, hang on, the funding round's another 2 months away.
Delegations have been changed, so there is the ability to always requests without waiting for 3 months.
They might
Which
choose
is the
those
precise reason.
small applications can be addressed on an request.
Well, we've got a motion that has been moved and seconded. We've got some, Councillor Casey, do you wish to further amendment to the motion?
Yeah, that the MYA's slash school net transition cost be included in this this $1,000 allocation question.
Okay, and the building scenario, does anyone deal with that separately?
Yes.
Can you deal with the youth issue first?
If it can be more responsive by delegation, that's right.
Okay, so
So I would suggest in terms of the amendment, council agrees to make available to community committees and youth council slash one or two youth ambassadors, funding of up to $1,000 per committee towards the cost of.
right, we'll see if we can handle it. Is the mover happy to amend it?
Well, yes and no, because there's $3,000 allocated to them. So,
But the community committees are being asked to use the other $3,000.
Mr Chair, if I may, we
Councillor Humphrey.
can always put that motion, and if it's lost, I would foreshadow now that I would put a motion to include, to put a new motion to include the youth.
see, I was a bit confused on what Janine just said and what happened there, but yeah, I would go along with it.
I guess Councillor Casey's response would be that all the community committees and youth ambassadors all get that $3,000, so that it is sort of apples with apples, and then here's another $1,000 or up to $1,000 per organisation. So if you're comfortable with that, Councillor Belsky, thank you. Councillor G. Taylor, you second you.
Happy to see that.
The amendment. Okay, so we're all clear. We're voting on the recommendation as here, but with the addition of youth ambassadors. Any discussion? Good. All those in favour?
Aye.
That's great. And Councillor Humphrey.
Can I move that when the council receives the minutes of the community committee meeting?
Right.
Resolution.
On to page 296. Yep. Right, just allow us to catch up. Page 296, Councillor Humphrey has moved the recommendation, and is there a second to Councillor Hatfield? Any discussion?
The residents of Sanson are very concerned about trucks coming out from Cemetery Road and turning right at, I think, the first intersection going into Sanson, going around the back roads and then coming back out onto the main road. Now, the roads aren't built for big trucks, in fact, any trucks. It reduces the flow of other traffic. It's a noise issue, it's a safety issue, it's every other issue. They want the trucks banned from those side roads so that they have to stay on the main road. They have to come out onto State Highway 1 and 3 at the Caltex. That is something they're very, very passionate about and very keen to see it take place. And the council put in a bylaw to ban trucks from going around those back roads.
Councillor Humphrey.
I was just going to make a comment that we have a bylaw that's due for review in terms of, I can't remember the fancy title, traffic stuff, which I can't remember, I'd have to check with officers as to the timeline for that. But that's the kind of, we can make that.
Well, this
call, but we need to go through that process.
An item which is hot on the agenda, which generates a lot of interest from the residents, and are concerned that this has been going on for some time. I'd like to see some haste take place in regard to this.
So amending bylaws is not something that happens these days.
No, and that's hence the reason it's been going on for a long time, and hence they'd like something to be done.
So something can be done when we discuss that bylaw. We can amend it. But what I'm saying is council can't instantly change your bylaw.
Or we could ban trucks on a certain road.
Through the bylaw.
Through the bylaw. But only through the bylaw process.
there's no other alternative approach. No. Okay, Councillor Casey.
I was about to say, I think my colleague maybe also indicated that some sort of traffic calming strategy there on the street. I'm just trying to help
Through Mr. Chair, I mean, yeah, I know that's the sort of thing that can be done to discourage.
Yeah.
As we've done with the boy races down the back end of Rongatier, but we can't stop people there and do what they're going to do unless there's a legally enforceable way of doing it through a bylaw.
Well, if they're breaking the bylaw, then the trucks can be photographed and fined.
That's correct. That's different to traffic calming.
Yeah.
And structural changes to the road, but
Can we have an indication as to the time for this thing?
We can come back to you with a time on that, because I'm not sure when that.
I haven't got the details of the tranche of reviews, but.
So can we take it that Councillor Quarry has raised the issue that can be considered possibly by way of bylaw or alternatively traffic calming through the
Traffic calming can't stop trucks.
They should look at timing the road and go around it.
It's a bylaw consultation. Well, I don't think we're here to discuss it today. That's the point. I just think it needs to be referred somewhere and then come back to us.
As a discussion, since the topic's been brought up too, I'd quite like to have a workshop item around the new industrial site in the Rangitikei and the corresponding traffic flow that we may see in the Manawatu as per trucks on our arterial roads. Given the report that's out there in the public domain at the moment, it's quite scary, the number of truck movements that may hit Halcombe, Category, those sorts of places.
with your request, we could bring a discussion of what's in the public domain. What we can do about it's another story.
Right, so we have a motion. How obscure is yours going to be?
My hand was up. I know everyone's getting a bit angry, I'll be very quick. I just wanted to congratulate those community committees who stepped up and did the meetings by Zoom, and there was Alfred Hamatini and Gabon, etc. I think they did really well, and I Sarah from so many Zoom meetings with Tony that she sent in more than half. I just think they did well and they carried on.
They did do well. Thank you, Councillor Short. Right, thank you, councillors, for raising those other issues. We do have a motion. Councillor Humphrey has moved. I can't remember if anyone seconded it. Councillor Humphrey. I'll put the motion right now. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, carried. Thank you very much. Now we move to
the motion to public exclude at the general meeting.
We do have Mr. Peterson
in
attendance.
So he's been patiently waiting.
Okay.
So. I don't think it's a good vote.
Motion to.
So back on page 5, we have a motion to move into public excluded. Oh, well, first of all, sorry, consideration of late items that we don't have any to consider. Public excluded. Would someone like to move? Councillor Casey, yeah. Thank you very much. Is there a second to Councillor Short? Thank you very much. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, carried. We are now in public exclusion.